Okay, and we are live. So, hey everybody, and welcome to the show. As usual, I am Game Master Roger. And this is my neighborhood. Today we got the usual. The usual. We got Jason to my right, and as you'll notice, I'm back in the upper left-hand corner where I belong. I don't know what happened last time. That was really threw me off. But yeah, we got Jason, and then below him we got Ken, and then below me we've got Stan Decado. So thanks for coming, everybody. Ken's testing out a new mic today, so
yeah, let me know how that sounds.
See how that goes. He definitely, I think you definitely sound better. But
it's pretty clear.
We'll see. Yeah, it's really clear. So this way, when you tell me about my tangents, everybody will be able to hear you clearly about it. So today we're going to talk about some house rules, and it's kind of interesting because some things came up in our game Sunday. So I want to talk about that, but I want to talk about that later. That'll be the first thing we cover, though. That'll be the first thing we cover. We talk about house rules. But
just gonna add some salt to that wound, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna rub it in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think Ken's gonna help too. So
I'm ready.
But we so we just we had a TPK Sunday, and so it was we'll talk about it and things that could have been done different and all that. But yeah,
now I want to hear this.
And we'll get to that. Other than that, it was funny. I was looking to see what came in, and I only got one thing that I ordered, and it's something that's been on my list for a long time. And then basically, I'm going to blame Jason for this one, is he started asking about it and decided to order it, and then he and I usually, if one of us is convinced to buy something, the other one will get it in anticipation, because it usually means, okay, we're both into it, so we could probably find a couple more people to play it.
Yeah.
So I got the Forbidden Lands box set. So,
I've been reading that ever since we started talking about it there.
Yeah.
Did you say you just ordered that, or did you go somewhere and pick it up?
No, I ordered it. Amazon's an amazing thing.
Well, I ordered mine before you ordered yours, and mine's not due. I think I'm getting it tomorrow, but I also live out in the sticks, so maybe that's why.
Oh yeah, mine was I think 2 days, 1 day or 2 days. Yeah,
it's really neat.
Yeah, because Utica's
the joys of living in a city. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
That extra hour just crushed their delivery time.
But yeah, so that'll be cool to get that to the table. It's got a map with stickers and stuff. It's definitely.
So, did you get the box set?
Definitely cool. Yeah, I got the box set.
Okay. Yeah. Can you open it up? I really want to see what it looks like.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, no,
Oh,
it's open. This is
Stan
just an
opened up.
empty.
You know,
This is just an
Stan
empty
put some
cover.
photos up, and I was looking at the photos on my phone. But it's this big.
So these books are gorgeous. You're gonna love this.
It's Free League, man. How many times?
So this
have
is
we said
the
about Free
the
League?
Game
Yeah, they are
Master's Guide.
gorgeous.
Game Master's Guide. It's got the ribbon there, and it's Edgelord says you can get it at
I did not see you.
use copy it. And then the inside it's cool. It's got some tables and stuff, and it looks good, black and white. And then the player's handbook is red.
That's gorgeous,
Which
man.
is cool. Yeah,
I'm super
they're
stoked
absolutely
on it.
gorgeous. And then it's got the Legends and Adventures book, which
That's
is
if you
just
want to. So that's for like when you're building your characters, you can dive a little bit deeper with like background stuff, depending.
it's got
on
a
what
monster
team they are, where they're
generator,
from.
legend generator. Yeah,
Nice.
okay, interesting,
Traded yours
Oh,
in,
okay,
Angela.
yeah.
What were you thinking? What were
cool
you thinking,
stuff.
man?
And then it's got the Forbidden Lands map here,
And I'm a sucker for a
which-
map, as everyone knows.
which I mean, I think you'll love it. I don't know. I really can't show the, it's
Excellent.
It's a big one.
Free League, you guys are amazing.
so it's definitely a cool hex map. And the way Forbidden Lands work is it's almost like a legacy board game or something. Like as you find stuff and you discover things, things get found and marked. So it comes with these stickers
Cool.
That's pretty
so
cool.
that you mark, stuff on the map.
Yeah, the map player facing, so it's like
So
you guys.
Yeah.
Different ways. I've been watching some channels about running it and stuff. And some recommend actually not showing the players the map or showing it, and because it does have some icons on it, but go with it's been 300 plus years since anybody left their village for more than a day, so
yeah,
it may not be accurate.
Cool.
yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
this is
neat.
the bestery book they came out.
Oh,
with.
that's the third one. Yeah.
Very
Is
cool.
that part of the box set?
No.
No,
Okay.
this is a separate thing. It's much like the books in the box set, though. Same
Yeah.
style of cover.
And that was my next question. So it looks like it's smaller than a regular 8.5 by 11. So
Yeah.
is it the same size
Yeah.
as the rest of the books that are in that box set?
Yep. Yeah, they're all the
Yeah.
same size.
Okay,
So,
cool.
like this is an expansion called the Bitter Reach.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah. There's
I
a
gotta
couple.
go. I'll be right back.
Yeah. There's a couple other books that are like expansions. I thought they were campaign settings, but they're just kind of like expansion areas.
Cool.
So it's kind of neat. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a like a heavier, exploration kind of game. That's definitely what it's,
Cool.
what it's meant to do. So, but yeah, that's the only thing that I've really got that came in.
Mhm.
And then the other things, as far as gaming, obviously we had the Sunday CNC game, which we'll talk about. And then Sunday we also did the last session of the Supers game that I was running, which I think turned out okay.
Mhm.
I had kind of like a weird, like I had sort of a twist ending, I guess.
Yeah.
Not a full thing, and so that was
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Yeah. I thought the end made sense. It was cool.
Yeah.
We stopped the bad guy and managed to contain him. I thought that was neat.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, that was a good time. I honestly thought somebody was gonna like pull the plug. Like that's where I thought somebody was gonna end up going. Like
I was on the verge of asking the other folks to leave the room and then handling it, right?
Yeah, and that's the difference between lawful good and lawful stupid.
Yeah.
My lawful good knight would have said, "No, we're not doing that."
save that for the alignment episode, where it's just an all out brawl. But no, that was good. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. So then, because of the TPK Sunday, we've got one weekend. We're gonna play next weekend, and then I'm off for a week, going to a convention with Ken and Joe, And so what we're going to do is I'm just going to run a one shot next week, and I'm going to run Scum and Villainy. Going to run a one shot of that. It's going to be fun, I think.
Nice.
And then a week off, and then the following Sunday, I think we're going to try Shadow Dark in the campaign world, and I'm going to start somewhere else and do that, and just to see, and maybe do like 5 or 6 sessions, and just see what goes on, and if it works out well, for us, if the differences, if the differences are going to make a difference,
Yeah.
Well, I told you after I cooled off a bit that I don't believe the system had anything to do with our white Sunday.
Yeah.
That was
really?
a series of cascading failures.
So Edgelord wants in on the alignment episode.
Cool. Also, Paul, welcome back. I didn't see you last week, so I'm glad you're with us this week. That's cool.
So, Lawful Stupid is propaganda funded by the Thieves Guild. See,
Edgelord can have my seat for the alignment episode.
you don't want to.
Oh, you don't want in that discussion?
My opinion is it's kind of a waste of time, and that's pretty much it. I just do alignment.
I agree with you. Yes.
Ken, I don't think we need alignment. Basic
Give
Fantasy
your character
didn't
a
even
personality and play that
That's it.
personality.
Basic Fantasy didn't even put alignment on the character sheet, and nobody noticed.
Let's save that for next time, though. For the
save
alignment
that
discussion.
for the alignment discussion. Yeah, and Edgelord, absolutely, sure. We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can get somebody with a difference of opinion to yell.
Yeah.
The whole thing with Shadow Dark, I am really looking forward to us using Shadow Dark.
Mhm.
Mostly, I enjoy playing it. I've never not had a good time with it. But Blacklight, it's the third week in a row I've talked about it.
Yeah,
It is a Shadow Dark supplement, if you can call it that. It's its own thing, but it's meant to be used with that rule system.
Yeah.
So getting to play a long-term campaign with Shadow Dark will allow me to be more familiar with it, so that when I run Blacklight, I won't be going, hang on, let me look for this. I am.
fair.
You won't have
excited
to
for this.
look up much though.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
You play a couple sessions and
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I had to deal with something at my front door.
No, you're
but
good.
are you gonna switch to Shadow Dark as your regular campaign?
So because I'm taking a week off to go to a convention, we've got 1 week
Mm-hmm.
left. So I'm going to run a one shot of Scum and Villainy, and then when I come back the following week, we're going to do like 5 or 6 sessions of Shadow Dark, and just see how it goes in the campaign world, in the CNC campaign world, and just see how it goes.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And this way we can, same characters, same world, all that stuff, and different characters, right? It'll be all new characters, and we'll see. What happens. Go from there. It's a great question, Ken. Ask the chat.
Mhm.
See if we can find somebody that's really for alignment, and maybe we get them
Gotta be a
on.
dissenter, right? Yeah.
Is this the direction we're going to take the conversation? Because I have plenty to say about it, but I was going to
No,
say
no,
for that
I
particular
know.
episode.
No
No.
tangents.
Let's go on.
No tangents.
So no tangents. Ken
I'm
will
trying
pull
not
this
to,
line out.
man. I'm
I
sitting here
know.
going,
But yeah, no, that's the so that's that. But yeah, we'll so that's that stuff. That's really all I got. I 3D print some ogres. I don't know if you guys care about that stuff, but these are from Bright
Those are
Minis.
nice. Yeah.
I got
do
those.
you can you stick that up next to a normal person size miniature so I
this
can
guy-
see the size difference?
Um,
If you've got
I-
one handy, if not,
I
it's not a big
can't.
deal.
I can't
Okay.
without getting up.
Sure.
Banana for scale, please.
Maybe later. Yeah, I'll get a ruler next time. But no, they're kind of cool. But that's all I got really for gaming and all of that. Oh, the Kickstarter thing came in for that 5 Go Quackers, the Dragonbane supplement.
You're
yeah.
talking about the backer kit for it?
Yeah,
okay.
Well, they just did a survey. It wasn't a
Yeah,
bad kit, but
yeah.
Tales from Mervalde and 5 Go Crackers.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Five
got
Go
my
Quackers.
survey. Yeah, I got my survey.
Yeah, I got.
I was
I
about
got
to be
that, so
really
I-
annoyed if you got yours before I got mine because I had
No,
to talk
no.
you into getting it.
And I only backed the 5 Go Quackers book. I didn't get the Mervalde, and there were two supplements of theirs from the past, Creeping Darkness and the God Wolf from the Crooked Mountain. and I back those. Those are the only things that I'm getting from that. So, what are you looking something up, Jason, or you want to talk about what you've got in the
No,
last week?
I'm looking at my the Quackers thing because I don't remember what all.
You look that up, Ken. Ken, you got anything new that came in, or
Just a microphone.
just the microphone? Really cool. It's a cool
Get
microphone.
this week here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that thing.
What game in you? I know obviously you were in the Sunday game.
Chiselheart. Lots of Chiselheart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
been going
went
good.
all in.
I almost
Yeah.
had a TPK last time we played as well.
Really?
It's pretty exciting. Yeah.
Wow. That's
the character. So I know we. I will not turn this into a derailed Daggerheart discussion, but unlike the regular Daggerheart, this version doesn't have. Oh, you can just live death moves.
Cool. Yeah.
It's just got live or die, roll once, death moves.
Cool.
There's no like negative hit points or anything. And one guy got down to 0 and was like, "Well, roll the dice. Let's see what happens." And he came back with 1 hit point. Was like, "I'd like to leave now." headed for the door out. So yeah, it was fun.
Nice.
It was exciting.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. No, and we'll definitely talk about that at some point. We'll definitely do an episode.
Oh, sure, yeah.
To talk to you when you're ready. To talk about your game and all of that.
Sure, yeah. I got a lot of work to do, but yeah.
I don't know if you call it a game or if it's an add-on or
it's going to be a
module
game at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be a game.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Stan, what would you get in? You get anything good in this week or?
I got 2 things. One I can't really pull up. I got a case I'm trying out for like miniature storage and transport, but
Cool.
it's not bad, but I need to modify it. It has like 3 tiers and they each unzip and you can you're supposed to flip them, right? Like a suitcase top. But the problem is the insert actually should be glued and attached to that because when you flip it, there's enough space in it for the friggin' miniatures just to go everywhere. So
Yeah.
overall, it's kind of neat. And because storage is becoming an issue. So I was thinking maybe I'd get like several of these and just stack them in the corner or whatever and tag them or whatever, what's in them. So I need to break out the hot glue gun and see if I can just modify that a little bit myself. And
Cool.
sure it is.
Yeah.
And then I got this today, which I've never used this stuff before. If anybody's ever, how's my camera? Use this stuff.
Ooh.
Let me
I
know.
have not. I've seen it though.
Yeah.
That's
So
good
I
stuff.
ordered it. Figured I'd give it a whirl. It looks like baby puke on the
Yes.
inside. So it's pretty neat. I won't. put
I've
it
heard
near
it's
my
really
keyboard.
great. I
Yeah.
heard that stuff is really great. Yeah.
What is it?
It's like,
It's
like
for
a
miniature.
terrain.
basing?
Yeah.
So this one's a swamp base.
Oh, it's water simulator.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've used a different
sort
brand
of, but
water
it's
simulator.
it's got like a thickness to it, and it's got like grainy
Yeah,
stuff in it, and so it makes
Yeah,
like a
it's got,
nice
like,
like
some
ground
texture.
texture.
Cool.
So I figured I'd try
Yeah.
that out. I haven't messed with this stuff too much. So figured what the hell. I had some Amazon
Yeah.
money. So
Yeah, it's cool.
I
Yeah, Edgelord, it's
got
like
a bottle of it.
it's sort of like mud that's made with Elmer's glue, sand, and random bits that you find in your backyard.
I use
And then
woodland
mix
seed.
This
together
one-
with some
This
paint.
one in general is just a fluid. Like it just has
It's
this
just
like
fluid. Okay.
Mhm.
pukey green.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be swamp water.
Taste.
Yeah, it's tinted.
Yeah.
So it,
Yeah.
yeah, and so it looks like swamp
Yeah.
water. But and they make a bunch of stuff that's
Yeah.
different
Mhm.
terrains
Yeah,
and
the
mud.
brand I
and-
use is Woodland
all that
Scenics.
stuff.
For my
Yeah,
model
they make great
railroading.
stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I tell a
big
lot of
fan
people.
theirs.
Like getting into miniatures and stuff, not to buy. Like this wasn't bad. Like this, I mean, this is a decent size tub, right?
Yeah.
I think I paid like, I don't think I even paid $20 for that. But like, I tell a lot of people to look at like Woodland Scenics because, like, if
get a
you go to
big thing, yeah.
buy, I don't care if it's Games Workshop, Army Painter, like you buy like a little thing of their flocking, it's going to cost you an
Yeah.
arm and a leg.
Yep.
You go to Woodland Scenics, and I get these 32-ounce shakers.
Yeah, the shakers, man. Absolutely.
They cost less than $20.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been through a couple because I've
Yeah.
built some bigger terrain stuff. But if you're just doing miniatures, one of those shakers will last you forever and a day.
Absolutely will.
It's
Yeah.
such a better deal
Yep.
than the regular game store
And
stuff.
I mean, they have
you can
everything
also-
from light gravel to dark gravel to light foliage, heavy foliage, fall, winter. They got everything, man. Woodland
Yeah.
Scenics, you cannot go wrong with their product.
You know what I use for right now? I use for gravel and dirt is you guys can probably do it too, I'm sure, being in a snowy state. But you can go and get those tubes of sand for the winter to do your
Mhm.
steps.
Oh
Got
yeah.
two in my garage.
I filled a Tupperware dish full of that stuff, and
Nice.
I just
Yeah.
laugh at people online because I've gone to a gravel pit and filled like a Tupperware thing, and then I just sift it to get the different sizes,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
don't bake it for 45 minutes at 9,000 degrees because some black plague mold is going to come in and destroy the whole ecosystem. That is the biggest bunch of nonsense ever.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's nonsense.
It's
I got
dirt.
one of my
Just go
It's
outside and
fucking
pick it
dirt.
up. Yeah.
yeah, one of my guys, he who paints as well, Matt, who's been in the comments a few times. He's a forest ranger by trade, so he knows all about like fungus and trees and plants and all that shit.
Mm.
And we both just laugh. He's like, that stuff is out there anyway. So like, if it was so deadly, you'd be dead already. Like
Yeah.
you're fine. Settle down, Turbo.
Um,
You'll be okay.
I like using
Drives me nuts.
roof of granules,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
roofing tiles. Like when you get that
Yeah.
stuff, yeah, you could just pick up piles of it. You know, like near commercial buildings or on the ground
Mhm.
near the stuff or whatever. Yeah.
There's tons of
And,
stuff you can use that,
yeah.
you don't have to spend
Yeah.
a lot of money on, you
Yeah.
know.
It
I'm not
doesn't
a big
say Games
fan of-
Workshop on the label, so it's not going to cost
Right.
anywhere near as
Right.
much.
And
Yeah.
I love Games Workshop miniatures, but like I don't buy like some of their stuff. Like why would I buy that? Like it's so stupid expensive. The only material I don't use a lot when I'm building stuff is cardboard. I don't use it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've
Why
used
is
it
my battery
sometimes,
dying?
but some people like it. You know, I mean, they do some cool things with it. We gonna lose you? Is your
Oh, my computer is a
Okay.
giant piece of crap.
oh
Mm.
boy.
I know it.
All
It
right.
is
Well,
plugged in. Hold on.
all right. Yeah. You do what you got to do. So, Jason, what do you got? What's come up for you? Anything?
I've got nothing that's shipped, but I ordered more than I wanted to this weekend. I went to a not entirely local game shop, one that Edgelord is familiar with, and they had a bunch of vase and stuff. And so I was looking, I was like, man, I think I'm just going to go ahead and get this. This looks great. I flip it over and I start looking at the back of the price, and I was like, this is more expensive than I expected. I mean, I know there's import fees coming from Sweden and all that. I get it. Actually, I think they're printed in Lithuania, but either way. And so I did the thing that I really do not like doing. I went to Amazon and started comparing prices. And the shop was 25% over MSRP on every single book. And if I can get it at MSRP, like the number printed on the back of the book, I'll go ahead and pay that because I'd rather not go to
Yeah.
Amazon.
Sure.
But when I look at Amazon and they're 30% under MSRP, I'm like, dude, I'm looking around the game shop and it's huge. I'm like, okay, they're not going to miss my money. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And so I ordered a bunch of stuff for Vaesen. Looking forward to getting that. I ordered that Forbidden Lands box set. Very excited about that. And I made my big purchase thanks to Ken and Roger. I got my Ashes of Outnumbers from the publisher's website. The good edition, not the print on demand.
Yeah.
That damn thing was $100. But
Yeah.
But I used my birthday. I texted Stephanie, my wife. I was like, "Hey, babe, I'm going to use. You're about to see a $100 credit card charge. This is my birthday money. I'll give you the cash when I get home."
Yeah.
And so I ordered that, and I can be really compulsive with that sort of stuff, and I'm fully aware of that. But we're sitting there making our characters for Ken's Ashes Without Numbers Fallout, and I open up, and I start flipping through it, and I'm like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's perfect.
It's pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
No regrets at all.
It's definitely more toolboxy than the other than his other games.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, his other games have that sort of thing too. But this one I think is the most like modular, I guess,
Mhm.
design, where it says, hey, you can use these things or, you know.
That's
Yeah,
true. Yeah.
And you know, and talking
Yeah.
about the Ashes without numbers, you know, Kim was running it because I was talking about Fallout so much. I'm a huge fan of Fallout, and so you know, he brought for our Sunday game that the morning we were playing superheroes. Everybody gets there early. He's like, "Hey, I made these character sheets for Fallout," and he hands it to me. He's like, "I'm trying to replicate the Pip-Boy," and I was like, "This is freaking awesome." So
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
immediately hooked me. I'm ready to play now.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
and then you know, we're sitting down, and I was like, I'm definitely wearing my Pip-Boy when we play this. He's like, you know, do you have one? I was like, I have 3. So I'm going to get the
Yeah.
really good one that I had to put together, and I'm going to use that during the game.
Yeah, there you
This
go.
was
Yeah, it's
this
super
was
cool.
the
There you
character
go.
sheet
Let me,
I made for the. Oh, do I need to do the trick? There we
Oh,
go.
there you go.
there you go.
This
Yeah.
is the character. Yeah, so I did the computer font, green and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a couple of little Pip-Boys on there, or the not Pip-Boys.
I've been playing 3 a lot, Jason.
Me too. Yes. Every time I log on to my Xbox, I see you're either playing Fallout 3 or Division 2. And
Yes.
you know, with Division 2, I'm like, I should just log on and team up with him if he's available. But then I look over and I'm like, or I could play Fallout 3 again.
Yeah.
I start playing
3's a
Fallout.
much better
Yeah.
game.
I just ran through the pit last night because I wanted to. Man, we're really derailing. I just
I'm not stopping.
Yeah.
I went through the pit DLC because I needed the ammo press because I'm using Lincoln's repeater, which uses the 44. You know, uses the 44 ammunition, which is pretty rare in base Fallout 3. So I'm like, I'm gathering up all this junk ammo I don't want. Run over to pit. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to make my own ammo. And you know, I played, of course. You know, I pre-ordered Fallout 3 like everybody else. And I remember when the pit DLC came out and I played it the first time. I remember it being like epic DLC, and I mean, like it in my head. It took me a long time to get through. There's a lot going on. It was like 2.5 hours, and I finished it last night. And I was like, I don't feel like I speed ran that. I mean, I wasn't like cutting corners. I was following the quest, but it was much smaller than I remembered it being. But really, now I was like, that's cool. I've got the ammo press now. This is all I need. So now I'm
I
loading
haven't
up on
done
my
any
44 ammo.
crafting. I
Yeah.
haven't. I want to, but like, I don't know. Like, I haven't figured it out yet. Like, you got to get
You,
this
you don't need
image.
to. I mean, you know, like the rocket launcher is a cool weapon. The railroad gun, the one that launches the spikes,
The
is
spike-
super
I
cool.
find those spikes all the time.
Well, hang on to them because if you make that launcher, I mean, that thing just kills anything, and it pins body parts to the walls. It's hysterical.
Oh, it's
and,
awesome.
and when you shoot it, it goes doot doot. So when I use it, my wife, I can hear her laughing in the kitchen because I'm using this thing.
So
Oh, now I gotta find it.
Edgelord says he's got the last of the Blacklight print on demand. They're updating it. So yeah, what happened
Yeah.
was people it didn't print all the way to the edges, the border of the pages. So there's like a white border like around the edge a little bit, which really wasn't that bad. But I guess some people complained about it or whatever. So
Yeah,
he's
I
he's
read that,
updating
so I went and grabbed my version,
to,
opened it up, and I'm like, so
to get it to work.
I don't see the problem, but whatever. I don't care.
So Zarian says that yeah, alignment's not needed. Dislikes it, and he'd rather use something like Pendragon's personality traits, which is fine. Which I agree. That's pretty cool. The way they do that, where you swing back, you know, they're all a rating,
Yep.
and then you got to make a roll against it if you go, you know, one way or the other. So that's pretty neat. What else? What else? Is that it for gaming and all of that and stuff that we've gotten? And
For
all of
me
that
anyway,
stuff.
Ken and Decado,
think
I don't know. If,
Ken, you talked about, yeah, we just got the mic, and Decado, you were talking about stuff. I think you finished, but then you had computer issues. So what? You got anything else? You talked about your,
I
your
just said-
carrying case.
Yeah, I got that and the swamp water stuff. The
The swamp
products. That's
water,
all
okay.
I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so light week this week for
Yeah. Next week, I should have
getting
all that
stuff.
stuff come in though, and then
yeah,
plenty for show and tell.
fantastic.
Yes, Edgelord. Fallout 3 is the one with Mr. Burke.
So house rules. Oh boy. I started making a list. And I started to go through and separated everything from like the start of a game to the end of a game type of thing, kind of to try and go in some semblance of order here. But I'm sure that, like always, we'll be right on
target.
topic and everything. But first, I mean, before we get into like pregame stuff and all that, we had a TPK Sunday, and I want to talk about that because some of that's relevant. Now, I mean, the reasons, I think there were some play mistakes made and whatnot, and I mean that could have changed the outcome. But I mean, regardless of that, like as far as house rules go, I mean, how do you guys feel about TPKs? I mean, Greg has always said things like, he doesn't, GMs don't kill players, players kill players, there's something, akin to
I
that.
think that's a really blasé way to look at it.
Yeah.
As much as I like Greg, I disagree.
Sure.
There's plenty of times when DMs have knowingly
Right.
just
Right, and they just they throw something that's
right
way over and don't let the players, run away or leave or whatever. But like I've handled TPKs in the past with things like, telling people that their characters didn't die, like maybe they just get captured or things like that. Like I did that in my Curse of Strahd game where we had like a massive TPK because the party went after something that they had no business going after. And even though I thought I telegraphed pretty well, hey, you can't, here's a naked lady covered in blood, like, who's walking toward you that walked out of this giant skull. Like, they were like, oh, I'm going to run up and hit her, type of thing. And then she cast one fireball and wiped everybody out.
Sheesh.
I think they were all, like 4th level or something. And it just, it was that bad. So that happened. And then I had them, get captured. I said, hey, if you want your characters to die, they can die. Otherwise, I'm going to have them show up, in this situation. So they ended up getting captured, and they had to kind of break their way out of, captivity or whatever you want to call it. And then that was interesting. I thought, it was just an interesting thing. This, Sunday, that was with spiders. I mean, I guess I could have had everybody wake up in cocoons or something, if but then
no, that would
right. And so the other side of that though is like if you do that every time, like then what's the danger, right? There's no threat.
You feel like
you're
going to get saved by the game master.
Every single time. And I definitely do not want that to be the
if you get captured on the edge of civilization by intelligent humanoids, it makes perfect sense to hold you hostage and contact the town. We've got your heroes. Pay us, pay us in loot spelled the wrong way, and we'll return them. But we were killed by a bunch of spiders in the forest. It would make no sense at all. Oh, you wake up in a cocoon. No, dude, you've been sucked dry. You have no juices left because that's what spiders do. So that would actually annoy me more than just tearing the character up and throwing it away. Which is what
characters, Zarian, characters gotta die. There's an important,
it's a whole different topic.
Wow.
Which I'm happy to go in an in-depth discon with you offline as a not recorded.
Yeah.
Because I live in New York.
That's
gotta be careful.
So so no, I get that, right? And that's why I didn't do that, and I don't want to do that every single time. And if there's like an opportunity that presents itself, that works out well, like I mean, obviously I did that with another character a couple weeks ago, and maybe that was a bad idea. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But
we all know what you're talking about. Well, maybe the audience doesn't.
Sure.
One of the players went off on a solo mission, a very ill-advised solo mission. He got the snot kicked out of him, woke up naked with 1 hit point. And so he's currently captured. Now, I don't, it's not my character. I don't feel the way about it. But the only thing that I'm like, why? Who's going to rescue him? no one is going to rescue him. He will never get rescued, at least not in any way that makes sense. We're never going to see that dude again. He may as well just died, especially when he tried to escape and he got captured again. At that point,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, just
Yeah.
erase that dude and write up another one. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. What, Ken, thoughts on the TPK? Do we want to fill Ducato in as to what happened?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
What, Ken, you want to do that?
I can fill them in. So 4 of us, level 3 and 4, we did some wandering around a new area of the map. We went through a portal to get there, and we pretty easily wiped out a level 8 or 9 probably demon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Eight.
And I mean, it was like some lucky rolls, and
Very
I had
lucky.
the paladin, which couldn't be touched by the demon, which was nice. So that was a free round of like, oops, can't touch that guy. Got to go attack.
Stan, you can't send summon things at Bally's.
Yeah, you got to read the rule book, man.
Yeah,
It's in the fine print.
It says they can't strike him with natural weapons.
Natural attack. Yeah, they can, if he had a chain or
The
something.
Baylor with
Yeah.
his weapons could have easily have attacked
Yeah,
the paladin.
yeah.
Crazy.
But the Varrock with his claws could not.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Ken was like, wait,
touch him.
is he summoned? And I was like, shit.
He's a demon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Follow-
guys knew that. 'cause You guys found the
Objection.
summoning circle. So
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was like, but it was what is it? Oh man, not a phallic victory. What kind of victory is it?
that's a different.
fiery
That's a
episode.
different
It's a
episode.
Freudian slip.
Yeah,
What
right.
was one?
I'm like trying to figure out what's the word.
Ken, I'm trying to get the monetization here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not happening this time.
Yeah, not this time.
Yeah.
So we head back and we're like, oh, should we go through the portal now? We got a couple more days before our horse tenders are going to send our horses back to the city. So we'll go explore this one other thing. It's like a forest. Oh, we find some spider tracks. We follow the spider tracks. A cave, or not a cave, we come upon like 25 spiders or something.
15.
Player 20.
And they
Was
they
it 20?
murder us.
Okay,
It
I
was
don't
more
feel so
than
bad now.
it was more than 20, I think.
No, it's
And
20 because
yeah.
it was 1D. I think it was 1D10 plus 10, and I rolled
Nice.
a 10.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, and it was like, okay, and the battle could have gone a little better, I think. Some tactical mistakes, but it was just like I'm waiting like, so 20 spiders get to attack, and then I get an attack. He gets an attack. He gets an attack. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
My
Pirate,
good
I
friend
think
Biggest
it's friend.
Stickus. Why is everyone laughing?
So yeah, it was anticlimactic after the demon kill to just be
Taken out
mauled to
by
death
spiders.
a bunch of spiders, right?
Yeah.
That is a way of putting it.
So my feeling about it, obviously, the term OSR gets thrown around a lot, and so I'll use it, but I'm kind of getting away from using the term just
Sure.
because it kind of doesn't mean very much right now in the current
Yeah.
state of the gaming world.
No, I get it. I don't really like the term myself, but it's I use it because it's the term everybody else uses, and they seem
Yeah.
to understand. what
It's
it
like
means.
GMO, or it's like slap it on the tin to sell more product or whatever. But
Yeah.
if you're going to play a game that emphasizes that the situation matters and the player should avoid fights, and and there's consequences for making bad decisions, this is inevitable, right? Sometimes you just won't have the information, or the dice won't go your way. You'll get a TPK. And so if you're going to play in that system, I think that's great. The most of the gaming I do, I think I'm 50-50 right now between a situation where it just happens however it happens, and a situation where we all at the table decide how it happens as it's happening. So I was fine with it. I mean, I was sad about it, but it's like, okay, well, we knew it was coming. It's going to happen. I think you could probably, if you were so inclined, I think there are satisfactory ways you could pull the party out of that. And but it took me a week to think about them. Right. I don't think I would have thought of them like right then. But yeah, the idea of like, okay, the spiders do want to eat one of you, but spiders don't just eat everything as soon as it shows up. They do save stuff for later. Sometimes spiders put their young into people. That could be a whole side quest that we need to deal with. We did just make a bunch of local friends across the lake who maybe they wanted to come show us something. They could show up and chop us out, and then we got to deal with eggs or whatever. So I think, it would be nice, I think, as a GM aid, if you had like, here's a list of monsters, and if they're TPK'd, here's some reasons if you didn't want to fully TPK, put it in the stat block
instead.
But that being said, I'm also fine with, the direction we went. That's good. So that's my take on it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, I mean, I don't know. It's hard, right? Like, it's different, obviously, from my end of the table. My side of the GM screen, looking over, and even though, like, obviously I rolled a random, number. You guys followed a handful of them back. I know that was brought up at one point, and it, and then you brought back the layer. So I rolled for a number that was in the layer, and it, was 1d10 plus 10, and I rolled a 10. So now there's 20, that are there. And I mean, looking at them, I mean, they're 3 hit die. So they're, it's a lot. It's definitely a lot.
They were, yeah.
To deal with. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to make it sound like, oh no, they were 2 hit die. They're 2 hit die because they had 12 hit points. No, they had 20. So they had 18 hit points, right? Yeah. 18. I was looking on the board now and I see one with 12. So they had 18 hit points. So they were 3 hit die. They're 3d10. And so, I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, it's rough, but like, if they all kind of group up and like come toward the party, like I thought that the party would be able to, handle it, with some of the resources that they had. And it obviously it didn't, but you guys got down to 3 spiders. I mean, I know at that point that like 3 people had dropped.
Yeah.
But it was close before the end. I mean, I thought it was close.
Yeah. It was right there.
I think it was close for maybe the first quarter of the fight. And after that, your dice caught fire, and I knew we were fucked.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly. Actually, at the beginning of the second round, I knew that we were going to lose the fight. And
really?
And then, just because of where everyone was standing, the way that people were maneuvering, and I had to be careful with this because I don't want anybody to feel like I'm blaming anyone. I'm very salty about it. I've said before, if my characters die, it's fine. It happens. But when I feel that my characters die because of someone else's foolishness, that pisses me off. I put a lot of effort into making my characters people.
Yeah.
And so it really chapped my ass. That's why after the game was over, I said, see you guys next week. And I left. So I knew that we were screwed, but I'm watching Roger roll, and he's like, there's five spiders attacking you, and he rolls 3 18s, and I'm like, okay. And then each one does 1d6 damage, and I'm watching 5, 5, 6, and I'm like, okay. And then he comes after me, and I'm like, okay, and I've got a decent armor class. I'm wearing a steel breastplate. I'm a ranger. I'm good. I think I got attacked 9 times, and I was missed once. And I was like, I mean, that's, and I don't get mad about that. That's just the luck of the dice. And I was rolling pretty well, but I get 1 attack per round. 5 spiders are going to get 5 attacks per round.
Yeah,
you can't beat those odds.
Yeah.
So there were a number of cascading failures that frustrated me.
Yeah.
But like I've said on this show, and I've said at the table, I'm done telling people how to play their characters. I do not give advice anymore on what to do. I played a cleric for 15, 16 months. I'm pretty proficient at playing a cleric. And I watched our cleric do every single thing you could do incorrectly. And
there were a couple of flubs there, yeah.
It was very, very frustrating for me. But and this is actually Roger and I had lunch together today, and we were talking about this. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like people bringing brand new PCs that they've never played before, hey, I'm 5th level because I got a bunch of money and threw it at this character, and now he's 5th level. Name 3 second level spells that your character can cast. Spiritual Warrior. Okay, that's 1. Give me 2 more. You have 18 spells of second level that you can cast. Give me 2 more. Name them.
Yeah.
He can't. And this is not just on that character. This applies to, pretty much anyone that does this, regardless of the class. If you don't practice playing low level, you don't know how to play low level, and then you don't know how to play mid level. So when you walk in being a 5th level cleric, and then we sat down and he bought 6th level. He was level 6 going into that, but he had no idea how to play a 6th level cleric. And these are the things that happen.
Yeah, that's a good argument. Like, I don't tip, like, for one shot I'll do it, but like for a campaign, they always start at 1st level.
Sure. Yeah.
You gotta learn as you grow.
Yeah. One shots are a totally different bag. And as far as my character goes, I'm playing a ranger with a bow. Earlier in the fight, every time I shot, I would take, I would step back, I would shoot and move half my movement rate, 15 feet. And I kept moving back because if something happens, I want to be out of range. I didn't do that versus the spiders. I wanted to stay close to the cleric because I saw he was alone. And I was like, well, if it starts getting bad, I'm gonna try and go up there and get their attention. And that never even became an opportunity. And so by the time I started thinking I should be shooting and moving, not just shooting, it was too late. So
I will say though that this is not a slam on your GM style, but I would say on the GM side, there were some other things I think that could have happened. Like we followed 4 spider tracks.
Sure.
And then suddenly within 30 feet of our frontline guy, there's 20 spiders. Well, I think before we got there, we probably would have seen other spider tracks, signs of spider webs, wrapped up deer or whatever, some kind of hint that, there's a TPK worth of spiders that are around that corner.
Yeah,
right?
my ranger would have gone, there's a lot of them here, man.
There's a lot of them.
Break out the fire.
Yeah. Which you only know in retrospect, right?
Yeah.
There's so many times.
Well, I thought you guys
for later
were further out like than 30 feet.
We were 20 feet behind him, and he was like 30 feet from the closest spider, and I think 60 feet from like the furthest spider, or 70 or something like that, because they were in a big arc. The trees or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
But that being said, there were a bunch of things we could have done different in the moment too.
Well, even though I rolled 20, and that was the max. But I mean, but even then, like I looked at it and I was like, man, I think that these guys can handle it. Like, because I thought that a quarter of them or more would be dead by the time they got in melee.
Yeah. But then, that just goes back to the luck side of it.
Yeah.
We started out doing pretty well. And then, Joe was rolling 4 and 5. Like he was rolling my dice. He could not hit.
Yeah.
And then when he finally did hit, he did 2 points of damage. Okay.
Yeah, and then once combat started, I was like, "Oh, I'm rolling like shit. These guys are doing good." So I wasn't worried about it.
Completely flipped around. It was just terrible.
Yeah, slowly. Yeah. On that though, I wanted to touch because we talked about and this is mostly for Stan and everybody out there that might not remember from past episodes. So the reason why, like, everybody starts at 1st level. But the way I do it in my game is that I let them buy XP with gold, so they can spend 1 gold for 1 XP, and so they have a pile of like party loot or whatever, party funds, and basically he spent a bunch of that money to, just instantly level himself up. So yeah, it's.
And I don't mind that system. This is something that Roger and I also talked about. If you're 5th level and you're halfway to 6th, and you're like, okay, I'm going to throw 5,000 of this and make myself 6th level, I'm fine with that because you've played 5th level enough to be familiar with 5th level. It's when you come in the game bare bones and you're 5th level, that's a terrible idea, and you get this kind of result. And
I think he came in 4th
Yeah,
Like,
you know,
and
yeah,
it was
he
good.
came in at 4th, and then the next week he was 6th. So, you know, because
Yeah,
he spent a bunch
Especially
of
with the
money on it.
speccaster, that's hard to do.
You
Right,
haven't
Try to
really,
try and
yeah,
learn
especially
all
with
those.
Yeah.
caster. You haven't
right.
learned to play your character yet.
You know, your tactics as a first level fighter really don't evolve that much
Mhm.
up until much higher level.
Mhm.
So that's not a big deal. But when you're a spellcaster, you have to know what spells you can cast, and you have to know how to use them. And that was evidently not the case. But again, I need to stress that I am not trying to point the finger at Nabil. It was not his fault. It wasn't Ken's fault. It wasn't Joe's fault. It wasn't my fault. It was Roger's fault.
I'm okay with that. You
Yeah,
blame me.
you know, it was. You know, we took the adventurers took a chance on fighting these spiders, and we didn't come out on top. It happens.
Not a
Oh
good
well.
idea.
Well,
Yeah.
I think once they, and maybe this part of this was on me, right? You know, Ken, to your point, like
Mhm.
when those spiders showed up, you know, and I did put them out. Like, I mean, if the party at that point wanted to like back away, or you know, I would have let them.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have had some of them pursue, but you know,
That was something that we had talked about, and this is going to go back to another thing that we've discussed: know the rules.
Mhm.
One of the players, you know, we talked about running away, and I was like, "Yes, do run away." And the player took his turn, and Ken said, "We should run." And he said, "Well, I can't run. I can't get away." And we're all like, "What are you talking about? My movement speed's 20." And I'm like, "I know you're human. Why is your movement speed 20?" "Well, I'm wearing heavy armor." And at that time, I wanted to flip the table over.
because that was a holdover from
Yeah,
Basic Fantasy.
we
yeah.
have discussed this exact thing before. In C&C, armor does not restrict movement except to add to your encumbrance value. As long as you are not considered encumbered, you have full movement
Doesn't
rate.
affect your movement.
And it pissed me off because I had told that person that rule just a few weeks ago.
Mm.
And I was like, okay, what are you doing, man? I don't understand the disconnect here. As you can see, I'm getting a little heated, so I'm not going to
Yeah.
talk about this anymore.
So Zarian, I can't highlight your comment because it doesn't come up on the thing on my end for some reason. But CNC is so it's sort of AD&D. It's actually more based on like 3.5,
Mm.
and then
Tonally, it's
they-
AD&D, but it's based on
Yeah.
3.5.
it's AD&D. Yeah, it's AD&D, but they use 3.5 for it. So everything it's
Hmm.
ascending AC. All of the
And it stands for Castles and Crusades, by the way, if you don't know what
CNC
CNC
Castle
is.
Crusades.
That's the shirt that
all-
Roger's wearing.
All of the monsters and everything are all pretty much identical to the way they are in AD&D. AC and armor and all that, it's been flipped. Everything is ascending. But it's the basic D20 system that's found in 3.0, 3.5.
Yeah.
You know, roll high, and then they have the siege engine, which is a different thing that kind of universalizes all the
It's
rolls.
like a house ruled version of 3.5.
It's like a house ruled version of 3.5 to make it play more
True.
like
That's
AD&D
nice.
and a lot easier. Yeah.
Segue.
Basically that's
It's 2
that's
weeks
it.
in a row.
That was good. That was good. But yeah, so that's that. But yeah, so you
That's
know, kind of
crazy.
got mentioned
I've never had
gold
one of
for
those.
gold for XP. I've always had players in games that had you know, a lot of gold like all the time and like nothing to do with it. So I decided to use you know, gold for XP. And so the players can buy XP with gold 1 for 1. And that gives, you know, something to do with the money or whatever. And so that's one of the house rules that I use.
Do you
Go ahead,
get much disparity of levels with that? Like, do some guys focus more on leveling, or
Some
like,
yes,
you have,
yes, it happens.
In my case,
I don't care when that happens, but like,
yeah, in my
I'm just
case,
curious.
yes, but no. When I was playing my cleric Yohai, I retired him at he's like 8.75. I have enough money to make him 9th level. I opted not to. I spent almost all of his money building the temple, building his manor, building various buildings around the town, making businesses and all that. I bought the boat, the ship that the party uses. But I was able to maintain about the same level as everyone else because everyone else was on like their 4th or 5th character. So, they would die, or like Joe, he made a thief, and then he was like, I'm not really feeling this thief anymore. I'd like to play somebody else. So he made a different character, and he's not the only one. Other guys have played other characters.
Mhm.
And also the experience points to level a cleric are pretty stout. So he was leveling more slowly than everyone else. So spending my money, leveling more slowly, kept me at about the same level as the rest of the group. So, but yes, like it. In fact, when I was playing my ranger, I made the statement: "Is this guy's not building jack? His whole goal is
Just leveling.
to increase his martial prowess. So I'm going to dump all of his money into leveling. That was my plan for him.
When
So,
you guys have a character die and they bring in a new character, say you got a 5th level party and one of the guys dies. What level are they when they come back? Like if they come in with
Oh, they're first level.
Oh, okay.
but
First
we have a party pool.
A party pool. That sounds awesome.
Which
I was just thinking that.
which I did not like. I'm against that sort
You're
of
running
thing.
out. The neighbors come over, swim, and
But we had a bunch of, like we would chip in money into this party pool to draw from. And so if a first level, if a guy died and brought in his first level character, like here's a bunch of money, make him 3rd level. Just so he has more than 4 hit points is really
Right.
what it was.
Right.
The purpose of this pool of money was not so that he could be like, hey, I'm 8th level today. That was never the object of it. And it started early on in the game. In fact, I think day 1 it was okay. We're any money we're getting, we're just going to throw it all into this pool, and then as we need it, we're going to draw from it. Me personally, I don't like that kind of thing. I am not a collectivist kind of person. So I did it, I think, for maybe 3
Shocking,
levels.
right?
And then Yohai was like, okay, I've contributed enough to the money. I am going to spend my money the way
Mhm.
I want to. And so I stopped contributing altogether. But at the same time, I felt like I was balancing that because I took the money that I normally would have thrown away at some jackass's 1st level fighter that can't talk versus I built a temple, I built the tavern, I built the bar, I did this. So I am contributing to the community
Right.
that way. And and then when I made my new character, my ranger, by that time, Ken's character had formed an official guild, like he was writing a charter, kind of. And I was like,
Mhm.
sure. My ranger said, yeah, I'll sign on with the guild, because he was like, hey, you're wearing crap armor. I'll give you this brand new breastplate and
Yeah, but
access
it's
to this
not.
magic longsword.
It's not his guild though. Is
Right.
like there. It acts as another character.
Right.
So it gets a share of the treasure, whereas before it was like every dollar that we make
Volunteer a little bit.
is going into the thing.
Yeah.
I just want to cover some of these chats because they're starting to pile up.
Sure.
DCC uses 3.5. It does. They went a different direction with it. They simplified the mechanics and went down to like a BX thing, and then overcomplicated the
very
magic
different.
system
Yeah.
to make it really swingy, which is a good thing. I think it's a great system, not for campaign, but for small campaign or one shots. I think it's awesome for that. But I think the magic is too out of control. As far as Paul here, gold piles up when people ignore domain play. Ability to keep buying
Yep.
emergency fleet that's out. The characters do that too. They build keeps. They spend a lot of money. I have some stuff that does that.
Yeah.
Edgelord, I have used I have the downtime in Demsney's book. Some of the stuff in there is based on some of the older stuff from Judges Guild, which is actually what I'm using for building some of that stuff. I know there's some other things in there that are pretty good that work well for spending money. So that's that. I definitely have enough stuff, I think, for players to spend money on. It's just and I've tried to like encourage that, but there's a lot of people in the game that they want to dump, not a lot, maybe half the people in the game, like they want to dump their XP or they want to dump their gold into the XP and level themselves up and just be, like they just want to be level 20 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And like if I offered them, hey, here's enough gold to make yourself level 20, or you can, buy an army of warships and like do all this stuff. They would no. They're already leveling up their character to level 20.
Yeah.
Like that's all they want. They want to just be the most powerful, characters. So that's so that's that. But I wish like players would like go out and like found towns and safe spots and do all this stuff. And then there's only like a couple players that actually do that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take on there. Matt, you'll have to settle that out with Jason. I don't
You know me
can't
so
comment.
well, Matt.
Uh,
But anyway, I'll finish and then I promise I'll wrap it up quickly.
Yeah.
When we all started playing our lower level characters, when we all joined the guild that Ken's character was kind of forming, we weren't really sure how to do money. And then it occurred to me when I was driving home, and when I got home, I put it in the team message. I was like, hey, why don't we just do like a one share to the pool kind of thing? So if there's 4 of us playing, at the end of the night, we pull all the money up, divide it by 5. Everyone gets an equal share, and then that 5th share goes over to the party, to the bank. And so we started doing that, and I and because that way there's not a huge sum of money just sitting there not being used. But like if someone's horse gets shot out from under them, get back to town, can I take 75 gold and get a new horse? Of course you can, please do. And that's what it's for. And I like the way that's working. It seems to be working pretty well.
Well,
I think my group does that. They have like a party treasure. One guy tracks, my buddy Dave tracks like all the treasure for everybody, and then they track their own, but like he has a pretty detailed record of it, and then he will I think he allocates it. I think he does. I mean, it's not my business, so they can do what they want with it. It's their money once they get it, but I think they do that as well. And I've done that in games in the past as a player. We've had a party pool, which was just one extra, like Jason said, if there's 4 of us, we divide it by 5, and that 5th one goes into the party pool.
Yeah, and that's something that if we do end up switching over to Shadow Dark, it's going to cause we're going to have to house rule a bunch of stuff for gold and getting like paying for buildings and all that stuff, because the stuff in Shadow Dark is way different. There's like a lot less gold and stuff out there, in the system.
we're
So
gonna.
You
crash
can
the
still,
economy
like
with
in Shadow
inflation.
Dark, you could still give out a fair amount of treasure. It's just that it doesn't equal XP. Like
right.
Well, he's saying like we're
But the way you
playing in the
guys do
same
it
universe, so we
would
have the
be
pool of
different.
65,000 gold or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
So
So
if we just turned
we're-
it into Shadow Dark tomorrow, that would just be like, okay, well, you own the continent.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
but but right now there's just a solo wizard in charge of all that money because everyone else is dead. So, congratulations, Mullen. You've inherited a
vacation.
fortune.
He's actually in the alchemist lab now, turning money into potions. So by the
yeah.
time we
Yeah.
get
There you
back,
go.
we could just say it's all gone and it's just potions.
What else? So I guess we're into like this pregame section
Let's
still,
go.
right? So
House rules.
house rules. So I already talked about gold for XP. So
Yeah.
before we get into actually like the game itself, what else do you guys do? I know for like me, and maybe this is should be part of the etiquette thing or whatever, is I like it when players like roll up characters at the table. And I know that there's those of us, I don't want to point anybody out, or anything like that. But there's people that want to like they get so excited they want to roll up their character, and then they show up with like an already completed character, and like and it's not just that they have to sit there while everybody else rolls up their character. I enjoy everybody rolling up the character at the same time because it feels like a group effort. And then like the group ends up talking to each other about it and like, hey, I'm going to take this. And like, what did you take? Or what, or whatever, or I'm going to be this. I think it'd be this or that, or, and then like the creation of the characters become like a group effort. And then as you're making the character, you kind of like already
Good
know
one.
the character, so that's something I usually tell people, hey, we gotta, the only issue is like in games like with CNC, like, and not to just like call Jason out, but like him and I have rolled up, I don't know how many characters in an OSR game, and like it's a 5-minute process, if that, right? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, you roll your stats, you know where you want them to go, you know what the modifiers are usually. You pick a class, you roll your hit dice, like we're done, baby. Let's roll dice, let's go. And it's like everybody else is usually like, slower on that. So Jason's like done in like, you know, 2 minutes after the bell rings, and everybody else is like, wait, I need 4d6s and I'm going to add them all up. And then
Which one's the D6?
wait, what? Yeah.
Is that the triangle?
And no. And
No,
so
our players are not that bad. We're
no,
all
they're not.
pretty-
No,
yeah.
I'm just, the extreme,
Yeah.
Thing. But yeah. And Matt, Matt even says it. I'm really into that, and I wish that I could get all the players on the same page and have them all like create.
But
characters at
I'm
the same
fine
time.
with that. But this
no, I
goes to
know.
like when we were talking to Matt about Vaults of Varn, I think that's what it was called.
Yeah.
I came to the table having a character in my head. And so when I was told, okay, we're going to roll characters, I was like, oh, but it's not a problem for me. I just would like to know ahead of time. So if Roger tells me, for instance, next week we're doing our one shot, the week after that, taking a break. The week after that, we're going to start doing Shadow Dark. I'm not going to come to the table with a Shadow Dark character ready. I'm going to come to the table ready to make a Shadow Run or a Shadow Dark character. And I have no issue with that whatsoever. It's just, for instance, boy, it's going to be a long night, guys. I'm sorry. Sunday, we played 2 games. We played our Supers game in the morning, and then afternoon was CNC. We finished the Supers campaign, and after the game, because it only took like 2 hours. So after the game, we're standing around and we're talking, and Roger mentioned, like with my character, he had Excalibur, but instead of having Excalibur, he could have like the Spear of Destiny. And as soon as he said the Spear of Destiny, I went,
yeah,
I have an idea for a character. His name's the Roman. He's got the Spear of Destiny, but it's not at all like my guy. He's going to be doing this, this, and this. And I'm like, okay, we're not even going to play this game. But that's all it takes for me to be like, here's my character. I'm ready to play right now.
Yeah.
And that's what, like Roger said, when
I'll run it again. I mean, everybody had a great time. So, I mean, I have no problem running it again.
When I sit down to play, I get so excited to play that I already have the character in my head. And I feel like such an arrogant douchebag saying things like that. And I don't mean it that way. It's just, I'm so into this. And I have so many of these little people, these half-formed people in my head just dying to get out, that the second I'm given a key, I whip it out. Here we go, man. I'm ready to go. Well, we're all gonna start right now with a new character. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I want to play this guy at some point, but I'm gonna put him away. It's fine. So that's all it is. I'm just very excited to play. So are there Rangers in Shadow Dark?
What
asking for a friend.
This is going to be another argument, like because I think the fighter class works fine as a ranger.
Of course it does.
Because and so there's fighters. There's the 4 classic ones. That's all. We're going to use the ones in the book. I know there's a million.
I'm fine with that.
Things.
Well,
yes, Edgelord.
We did that. Yes, I am. We did that with your basic fantasy.
Yeah,
I told you I want to make a hunter, and you were like, "Okay, that's cool. Yeah, you're a fighter.
You could pick a background of a hunter.
Yes, you use a bow, and if you have to track something, we'll talk about." I was like, "And I want a dog," and he was like, "Have a dog. I don't care."
That's fine.
Yeah, it was great, and it wasn't a ranger. I was a fighter. It was fine.
Ken, you got any thoughts on this stuff? Character creation.
Character creation specifically. I played 5e for like 10 years, so eventually it was like, or not 10 years, it was like 5 years or something. But
felt like 10.
Eventually, yeah, I aged.
Felt like 10.
Yeah. So eventually, I had to tell people, all right, absolutely no third-party options.
So that was what you got about 5 rounds of play, 5 rounds of combat.
We got 3 combats in. Almost got to the boss. And then all my players had to retire and move to Florida. So
we're gonna get comments now. We're gonna get comments.
How long it takes to do 5.
Yeah.
So no third party options. This happened to me with Pathfinder 2, and there's another game, but in general, I really need to review everybody's
Mhm.
stuff. That's just something I kind of learned the hard way.
When you
Typically
say,
don't play with people where that's a problem now.
sorry to interrupt. When you
Yeah.
say no third party, do you mean like no splat books? Like CNC has a dozen splat books. No CNC splat books, or no like Green Ronin that can be used with CNC.
Right. So I would tell them, here are the 3 books that I
Cool.
know are good. Anything outside of those 3, you need to
Cool.
check with me, and we'll run
Yeah.
it by everybody else.
Yeah.
Because it's not just me. Like, I complain around one weird character that's overpowered,
Mhm.
but that also kind of wrecks the game for other people who are trying to play, medium power characters who are, especially with a combat heavy game like that. It's like, well, if one person just gets to do all of the damage, that's not a very fun experience, right?
Right.
So we all need to be on board if somebody's going to
Mhm.
pull something in.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You have systems like that has some longevity, like first edition Pathfinder.
Mhm.
The core rulebook was great, and then they had a couple of supplements that were also very good, and then you had like 10 years
Yeah.
worth of splat
Mhm.
books, and every splat book had 5 new archetypes in it, and
Yep.
it got so out of hand. So okay, I understand what you're saying, and I
And I-
wholeheartedly agree with that.
I don't know if it was like a 5e thing specifically, or like if it was like an official rule or whatever, but I know back then people were talking about core +1, so
Mhm.
that you were
Oh
able
yeah.
to use
Mhm.
a core. This is for the
Core
official
+1.
supplements, but yeah, so you couldn't. And I don't know if that was official or if that was just a house rule that a lot of people used, but you could only use the core books plus 1 other book to build your character. So you couldn't use,
I
9
wonder if that
books.
was like an Adventure League thing at first.
Yeah,
too, like-
maybe. And
I bet it
I
was,
wish
yeah.
I
I've
had
heard
thought
of
of
it.
that when I was running 3.5, because my first big 3.5 campaign, was just whatever, and we had third party stuff and I mean, we had 30 books. It was ridiculous.
Mhm.
Trying to
Yeah.
look up stuff and and then I was complaining about people's character sheets because it's like, what feat is this that says you could do this ridiculous thing? Like what? And they couldn't even remember what book it's from. So then we got to look it up and find the book and then find it. And then, and then people don't write the feats. The description for the feat is I could do anything whenever I want. That's what the that's what they put. Chthonic
Yeah.
Musing says that was Adventure League.
Mhm.
Okay, that makes sense. I know some people that did that in their home game, and I think it worked out
Yeah.
because then you're only
Yeah.
you're only responsible for the core plus the 1 book, which when they put the book out, it's like they make sure it works with core and they don't care about, you don't have to worry about everything else. But yeah, so that was like a problem with 3.5. So my second 3.5 game that I ran was I said core books. That's it. I said, that's it. Edgelord, thanks for coming.
See ya, Phil.
So that was why I just said, core books, that's it. And I'm, and ever since then, I've really been like against using a lot of extra books because players don't document, and
I got
then you can
roped
know
into that
things, you
too,
look things up. And
with my CNC game, and if I could do it all over again, we'd basically use the core book, and that's it.
Yeah.
The PHB
Yeah.
and the Monsters and Treasures.
Yeah,
and that's it.
especially when you have a system like CNC. I mean, it's got like a dozen classes in there,
Yeah.
and they're all well
We don't
developed.
use-
There's nobody's really lacking.
We
don't
don't
need
use
anything
the
else.
classes in the Adventurer's backpack. I
Mhm.
told them right off the bat when I started looking at them, like none of those are available for play.
Yeah.
But like guys bought. I have a couple guys that are casters. They bought the Adventurer's spell book, which at first seemed kind of cool, but it's not, and it has its issues. So I would just stick to the core and be
Mhm.
like, this is what we're gonna run, and there's plenty of like Jason said, there's plenty of classes in the core book. If you can't find something, that's a you problem, not a me
Yeah.
problem.
Yep.
And
Well-
I haven't had anybody complain about classes in that game, honestly. Like nobody's like, oh, I'd
no,
really
'cause
like
there's
to
enough.
play that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty. And they do a good job with them. They do a really good job with the classes.
Yeah, definitely. What else you got, Stan, for character creation? You got any house rules that you use?
No, not really. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff. I like the idea of doing the group build, and my Thursday night
Yeah.
group will do that. My CNC group, we didn't do that. I think in future campaigns that group will be doing like a session 0, for lack of a better term, and they'll build their characters all together and we'll play. I mean, there won't be a lot to it. It'll be
Yeah.
build the characters, and we'll start playing the first session right there. So it's not really
Yeah.
a session 0, but I like that idea. And I've had one of my players really kind of champion that idea too, because he more wants to. He's interested in like developing like that synergy with the characters, and I'm like, that doesn't mean as much to me, because I'm like, that should develop over time as well, like as you play. I mean, it would be nice if you didn't play like all spellcasters or whatever. I
Yeah.
don't care what you do, but
Yeah.
like maybe as a group you might not want to do that. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I think that's something I would do. But no, we don't have a lot of real house rules for like the beginning.
Yeah.
That I
What
can
do you
think of.
guys what do you guys think of as far as rolling stats? And this is I don't know if I mentioned this ahead of time, but I've played a lot of D20 games. I've played a lot of other games too, but mostly D20 games have been what I've ran like the longest in games. So that's
Same.
most of my tips in house rules are going to be geared more toward that. Some of them will be pretty universal, but a lot of them are D20. So D20 games, obviously, like I prefer 3D6 down the line, and I understand that that's impossible for games like BX or like Castle and Crusades or something, when where your stats aren't going to increase easily. So I generally go with like 4 die 6, drop the lowest, and then arrange
what we
as
do.
needed, or swap
Yep.
2 or something like that. Now Shadow Dark, they on level up, you can bring your primary stat up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to do as suggested and written in the book and do 3D6 down the line.
I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah.
because
Because and I'm saying that only because it's easy to increase the stats and stuff.
And you can do it multiple times too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I have less, like we do, like CNC, we did 4D6, drop the lowest, put them wherever you want. Shadow Dark, I don't know what we'll do. I'm not sure, because I'm going to run that hopefully in a couple weeks. I'll start running it. Maybe we'll stick to the 3D6, and because of that, because you can boost your abilities. It depends, I guess. I'd ask the group what they want to do. I'm not, either way is fine with me, but if Paul.
When no, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead, Dakota. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
When we were making our Ashes Without Numbers character Sunday, Ken, and I'd never heard this variation before. 3D6 down the line. At least I think it was down the line. That's what I did. It was 3D6.
Yeah.
And he said, and when you're done, you can change one of those to a 14.
Yeah.
And then I was
that's
like,
in the book, right?
Yep, that's right on the book.
oh,
It's on the
cool.
book.
And I had never heard of that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I rolled my stats. The very first thing I rolled was a 6. And I was like, oh,
Okay.
here we go. Fortunately, I was like straight Joe average the whole way down. Fine with me. And I looked at that 6 and I was like, and now it's a 14. And I was like, that fixes this character.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
there's something that if everything's
I thought that was great.
0
Yeah, me too.
or something that you can re-roll or something like
Yeah.
that. If
No,
everything's
and 'cause
below a
I-
certain number or something.
We talked about this last week or a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I'm not looking to play Superman. I don't mind playing Joe average.
Yeah.
It's Joe well below average that I do not enjoy
Yeah.
playing. And so just because like I said, it was all 0. I have no +1 modifiers except for that 114, and it would have been a -2 otherwise.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, cool. This is a neat system. I like this.
I will say that when I do 3D, well, typically I'll do whatever the game recommends, whatever I'm playing. But when I do 3D6 down the line games, I do tend to borrow that, like, okay, and change one thing so you at least have one thing you are pretty good with,
Mhm.
and you can build something around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot too.
Paul, I say mostly D20. I think I've probably played like more different games that are not D20. But I think I've spent more time in D20 games. That might not be true because I did play a lot of superhero stuff when I was younger. So, I don't know, but yeah, it seems like the D20 games have been better for longer term play. Like we've had 3.5 games that have gone, like 10 years. So
Wow.
like I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of I don't know. I mean I've played a lot of different D20 games, but I've played a lot of different games.
Yeah, like you're talking like better for long term play, man. I always will think about Star Wars D6.
Sure.
Which
No, I'm not saying that
I
D20 is the
love
only
that
thing
system.
that's good
Yeah,
for long term
Interesting.
play. I'm just saying, like for there was for my group at the time or whatever. I mean, but yeah, no, there's definitely other systems. Yeah, I mean, if you want to roll 40 D6 and add up all the numbers, like, and you want to do that, then yeah, absolutely, do that.
we talked about house ruling that. Look at me,
Yeah, to cap it at
segueing in
10.
the right direction.
There we go.
2 times
Max
in
it
one
to
show.
10
I don't
or
know what the
whatever.
hell's going on with me tonight.
Cap it at
Drinking
10.
tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, cap it at 10, man. You use a force point, you get 20. Other than that, you can never roll higher than 10 dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No, I hear you, Paul. And it's mostly the groups and stuff that I've played with. I mean, we used to play D&D a lot, especially when 3.0 came out, we started playing a lot then. And so that's what, that's just what I played a lot of.
Mhm.
And, and now, I mean, I've played a lot of different stuff, but I think, D20 that's where that's
Yeah.
my comfort zone. So that's
Yeah.
where I end up, being.
I'm the same. I mean, I grew up playing a lot of that, and I mean, I did 4A for probably 4 or 5 years into D6 Star Wars, which was awesome.
Hmm.
But now I get to play a lot more. Like I was saying, told you guys the other night, I played Feng Shui on Friday.
Feng Shui,
Saturday,
Feng Shui,
Saturday.
yeah.
Feng
Pretty
Shui,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was fun. That was only 3 6-sided dice. They
Cool.
still fuck me whenever they got a chance.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
That was
but
fun.
I think the the OGL, the 3.0, 3.5, when that came out, that it exploded because with the OGL, there's a unified system. Anybody can make anything as long as you put that page in your book, you were good to go.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing leads to everyone playing D20 rules, regardless of the setting. Like it or not, that's just the way it was, and it's been that way. Behind me, my rack of Free League, their stuff is not D20 based. It's
Yeah.
completely different. But most of these games also were before large scale internet. These games existed in Sweden and other small areas in Europe, and didn't see a whole lot of light over here in the West until the internet came out and everybody's got a website and you can go to cons of people all over the world and you get exposed to all this wonderful stuff that does not require a D20.
Yeah.
God, I love Free League. That is such an
Yeah.
amazing company you guys
The
are.
Free League's good stuff.
Yep.
What else you guys got pregame house rules?
I have
got a
some
list going,
leveling
Ken?
rules, but I don't know where they go in this conversation.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's
I'm gonna throw it out there.
Go ahead.
yeah. Go ahead. Do
Throwing
it.
it out there, and this
Do
will be the most controversial take of the night.
Oh, boy.
Because
I'll put
think
some money on that one.
I've said some. Well, Jason, this isn't a challenge.
I
Don't
mean,
need
to
a
some of
rant.
us, it is, Ken.
What I have started to do in my games, I think I'm going to be doing in the game I'm running now.
Oh, this. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
This is. You're crazy. You're
You-
crazy.
You level up when you tell me you level up. That's how leveling works. I see that look, and I'm telling you, it's
No.
it's wonderful.
I like that. I like that idea a lot, but it requires
wrong
a
hand.
level of maturity on the player
Yeah.
to and again, I feel like I'm blowing myself, and I'm sorry about that.
Wow.
There's an image that's never going to get out of your head. You're welcome. I would really enjoy it because I'm playing my Ranger. He's doing Ranger stuff. Things are going well. And after a couple of games, I'm like, I feel like I've experienced enough that I can justify making myself level 2 and then on and on and on.
Yeah. No, and that's
But-
fantastic.
But there are
That's great. There are definitely
plenty-
people, but
But there are plenty
Yeah.
of people to be like, "Oh, I'm a second level, dude. You fought 3 orcs." Yeah, I know. I'm second level. It's just,
Yeah.
it can be so hit or miss.
I think that's a self-correcting problem.
Yes,
Like
I would hope it is.
at some point, it's not that interesting. but you don't learn that until you go through it, right?
But what do you do when Ken, like for example, like if somebody at the
Mhm.
table says, okay, like everybody goes out as first level, right? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm the second level now. And you get one guy at the table that's like, well, I'm 20th level now.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
and then
if,
you got
are
a
you
20th.
adventuring with level 1 players? Like,
Well, yeah, that's what
is
because
that what
that's
you're
the group.
doing?
That's the group that they're in, right?
And we can try it, but I don't think they're going to like it. I also don't think the other people at the table are going to like it. And I agree that this could be a problem. But I
Yeah.
think if you run into a situation where it's like they want the power game, they don't hear anybody else at the table, and they're just kind of in their own little world having fun rolling a die, they probably don't need to be playing D&D with me. They should just go
Right.
play a solo game, right?
Right.
And I'll recommend that, and we can
Yeah.
Go play a
on,
video
right?
game.
No, and
Yeah.
I get
Yeah.
it, Ken. I'm with you there like 100%. And I think in the right group, I think it could work great.
Yeah.
But I'm
I'd
hesitant,
love to
like
test
with
that.
like, and you've done this
Yeah.
and
Now,
it works.
I haven't done it with random people. I've done it with
Okay.
people
Right.
that I played before
Right.
with, right?
Yeah. I think if you talk to people and say, look, this is what it's going to do. And I think it would work great for
For some people.
all but one of our play group. I hate to single somebody out, but
No,
We're
no.
all thinking the same person.
you know what I mean? Like,
Is it me?
because there's one person that
No.
would say, hey, okay, I'm, oh wait, we get to pick when we level up. And he would immediately write level 20 on his paper.
Okay.
And while he's writing the level 20, he would look at me and say, wait, 20's the max, right?
Are we using mythic?
True
levels?
story.
Well,
I'm telling you,
True
that's
story. Yep.
I
exactly-
challenge you to find that out for real. But I guess
Well,
I guess
I have
it's not as
because-
controversial as I thought.
I have because I had everybody make 20th level characters for use down the road, and every day it's brought up that, hey, I got a 20th level guy. Oh, I got a 20th level guy.
Yep.
So
I made that
you know,
dude, put him in my book, and I have never looked at him again.
I just want, and that's why I said it on the thing. I want everybody to be prepared for when it happens. Like
Yeah.
when I have, like, so make it and have it created, and then this way, because I don't want to tell
Okay.
people a week ahead of time, because well, I think it's a lot of work to create a 20th level character, but
Depending on the
people-
system, yeah.
well,
Uh,
CNC, right? But
Yeah, I think it would
Yeah.
be still. Even CNC is pretty simple, but like 20th
Yeah.
level. I mean, what's the class? That's the big 20th level
Well,
fighter.
and I
not
don't
so
know what
much.
classes people picked or whatever. I don't know
I
anything.
picked
We're
Monk
just
for
gonna
that
do it.
exact reason.
We're just
Yeah.
gonna do it. It's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah.
To Matt's point in the chat, it is kind of like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
milestone.
It is
Mhm.
kind of like
There's-
Milestone. In the game I'm running
Yeah.
now, I'm going to provide some rough guidelines to help people understand like what my vision would be for them leveling up, because I have a tone I'm looking for, and I've got like a theme to the game that I want them to be pursuing that theme and appreciating that tone and helping me develop that tone so we can enjoy it together.
Yeah.
But it would be them saying, yeah, I feel like that thing we just fought, I think that is my opportunity to learn something new about my character, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah, and
we'll
that's
see how it
that's
goes.
not for everybody though.
I guess we'll see.
I don't know.
know.
I mean, I hear you, and I feel I feel you, and I think it'd be cool in certain situations.
I have been surprised. I did this in one game, and I was for sure I had just somebody who wanted to power game everything, and they were the most restrained person out of all of them, because part of their power game
Interesting.
was maximizing each level's choice, and they didn't want to, go over that before they had understood how to play that level.
Well, that's good. Yeah, and that's what it
was,
should be.
that was
Sure.
interesting. Yeah.
Paul's got says he likes that. Big fan of
I think
Keyfigure,
that's really
Phoenix
cool.
Dawn command. You
Yeah.
have to die to level up, make heroic sacrifices. This is I tried to pitch this with Hollow Point, where you it's like an action movie RPG,
Mhm.
and you die to become like the next like rank up, and you do that like 3 times, and like eventually you win. You have to die in like with you have like this thing that's part of your story, and you have to like die, like, and that has to be relevant. When you do it, but it's, I mean, you can work it so that you can make it work, usually. But unless you pick some like obscure thing, but yeah. And then that's like interesting. And
Yeah.
some people can't, get that because they don't want their character to die. But it's one of those games where you could decide whether you die or not. Like you can get
Yeah.
shot, you
Oh,
can take
sure.
a bullet for somebody. I mean, you have to, like, you can't just die, right? But like,
Yeah.
but the game makes
if
it
the
easy
moment fits, right?
because you can like block, like a shot or something. Like you can even interject where somebody else is going to die and level up, and you're like, no, I'm going to jump in front of you
Go
and
me.
take the bullet. Yeah, and it's there's nothing you can do, and it's crazy. So I mean, that's kind of, it's kind of fun. But I got to check that out. Keith Baker is he's pretty cool. I got to hang out and talk to him a couple times.
Oh, cool.
He's really neat. Yeah. Yeah, put a gold star every time he levels. I think that should be the requirement. You have to put a gold star. Like the Reading Rainbow, the Pizza Hut pins, the reading, I read it, Book It Club thing. Right, you put the Book It Club. That's what I was going for. You put you put a sticker on for level 1, level 2. You got to like do it. Yeah.
One of my favorite old school games, and I talked about this offline. I don't think I ever talked about it in the show. If I have, I apologize. You're going to hear it again. Bushido is an old school game that I played in the very early 90s and absolutely fell in love with it. As you played the game, your character, when you made your first character, you had a certain pool of karma, and your karma was how you built your stats and your proficiencies and all that. And then I was like, okay, cool. Well, then as you play the character, your actions in the world, you gain karma, and you keep track of that karma. And when that character dies, because you're playing a non-magical samurai game, your character is going to die. But when your character dies, you get a percentage of that karma that your character earned, and you can add it to the starting karma of your new character. And at one point, my fellows and I were getting ready to go into a big fight, and we had just been betrayed by another samurai clan. And I made the statement that, I'm ready for war. And one of the other players looks at me and he goes, "We're going to die if we do this." And I looked at him, and it was like, this glowing aura was settling over me. And I went, "Yes, we will. We will die as samurai." And I said that, and like, I could feel it emanating. And the DM looks at me and he goes, "Give yourself 10 karma." And I was like, yes. And we all died. But then I took this huge karma pool and made my new character. And the Nodashi is basically, it's a two-handed version of the katana. It's a huge sword. It's amazing. But a first level character, a starting first level character, cannot get strong enough to wield a Nodashi. The only way to get to Nodashi is to die, make a new character, use that karma. So I did that. So my next dude was this huge bruiser that had the Nodashi. It was
Nice.
one of the greatest experiences of my role-playing days. I absolutely
Nice.
loved it. Yeah. Anyway, so I like that your character dies, you level, as long as it doesn't become like a comedy of errors, unless that's the way it's intended.
Right.
I'm fine with that too. That's cool. Like Roger was saying, no, me, I jump in front of the bullet. No, me.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
okay, what are we doing?
well, people
here?
end up doing that because they're the ones that want to get,
Right.
knocked out or whatever. So
Sure,
that's,
yeah.
so they end up doing it. And it happens, but so pregame, the only other thing that I wrote down was session log XP bonus, and maybe that should come after. I don't know if that goes in the start or the end.
Can we go back to the starting the characters? This will be short, I promise.
Sure.
One of the, and I don't know if this was a 5e rule or just some house rule that I played. I really like first level characters maximizing their hit dice.
Oof.
This is one of those controversial takes. But when we were playing basic fantasy, I'm rolling my cleric, my D6 hit points. I rolled 1. Okay, dude, I've got 1 hit point. My character is not going to survive. I survive because I hid in the back. And So, if I had had 6 hit points, I can survive 1 to 2, maybe 3 attacks from the average monster. Now I've got a chance to survive in this game world. If I'm walking around with 1 hit point, if I fall off a chair, I'm going to die. And so I don't like that. So anyway, that's I like maximizing. But after first level, you roll the die, and what you get is what you get. That's my house rule. That
I hear you, and I'm kind of on the fence on that. I mean, I enjoy it, but also I love chaos
on the fence.
Yeah. On the fence on the far side.
Yeah.
On the fence on the far side,
Yeah,
leaning heavily.
but also, because we talked about it when we talked about doing the basic fantasy, and you said, no, we're going to roll. And I said, okay, cool. That's what we did. What a big deal.
Yeah. No, I get it. And Paul, I know
that's
you're
my
right,
point
but,
exactly.
But those characters, I mean, those characters die, and you just create new ones. I mean,
but then you waste a lot of time making new characters. And how many times did the guys have to make new characters in basic fantasy?
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like 3 minutes to make a basic fantasy character.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I take that back. Again, this is me, because I put a lot of personality into my character. If you're going to an old school game, you're like, this dude's gonna die. I don't care. Straight down the line, let's play. That's a different style
or something.
Right. That's a different style of role playing. And that's
right.
fine. I don't have a problem with that either. It's just not what I want to do.
Sure. So I give session log bonus, XP bonus.
I really like that.
And I had to do that because
idea.
it was the only way I could get people to write things down, is to bribe them. So, well, not everybody. Again, there's certain people that'll do it, certain people that won't do it. Even now with the bonus, they won't do it. Which, with the gold for XP thing, it kind of is. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it, because the people that do it really don't get an advantage, because all that means is the people that do it end up having more XP than the people that don't do it. So the ones that don't do it are the ones that take money out of the community chest to level up so they can match level. So it's, I don't know. It's a double-edged sword, I guess.
That's true. But Ken and I are the 2 people in the group that write a log every single week. And I cannot speak for Ken. He can certainly speak for himself, but I will tell you that I was doing it even without the experience bonus, because I like doing it. At the end of the week, I sit down in front of my computer and I type out my little diary entry, and one, because my memory is total garbage. And so I can go through it and be like, okay, I remember this place. Oh yeah. A month ago we did this. And also for me, it's a way that I can continue playing for another hour and a half or 2 after I get home. Now all the stuff that I want to do that I don't get to do at the table, I can do while I'm writing the diary. And I do it with all my characters. I enjoy writing the stuff. That's why I do it.
Yeah, I do it for the XP, 100%.
Yeah, you're right. But it gets people to do it.
It's about 50-50
to do it.
Yeah, because and that kind of surprised me, because I read yours. And I'm like, okay, cool. This, and it's not like you're going like, we went out and killed some orcs at the end. Your stuff is, people have written that. But your stuff's never like that. Your stuff is an active log of what we did, this week. And so I enjoy reading.
Yeah. And
I actually,
it's cool.
for this session, I thought about writing one that was like the lost journal of the paladin during the TPK.
Yeah.
Talking about how we found this evil dagger at a sacrificial site. Maybe we shouldn't hold on to it. It could bring us bad luck, but we'll get it back to town and see what the.
I was so mad I couldn't do it, dude. I got home and I kissed the wife. She made me some tea. I sat down and I played Fallout 3 for the next 4 hours. I was freaking livid.
Is that her sign that it didn't go well?
Yeah. She I walked the door. And said,
TPK.
we freaking wiped. And she knew. She was like, oh, that's the end of the discussion. We'll talk about it later.
I had a much better time. I made Kelly listen to the whole story, and I just ended it with a very blank. Oh, and then we saw some spiders, and it was a TPK. It was like a 20-minute story. And she was like, "Wait, what?"
I related my story over breakfast the next morning.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yesterday morning. Yeah.
Oh man,
I was a little heated. But that's
Um,
fine. Whatever. Anyway, the
what
logs. I like the logs, Roger, and
Yeah.
for me the bonus. The experience bonus is a bonus, but
Yeah.
I'm certainly happy to get it.
Well, it's deserved. I mean, I think the people that do it, deserve to get a little something, especially if everybody was just doing it and they loved it, like I probably wouldn't give a bonus.
Hmm.
But to get people to do it, like I'm happy to give a bonus, a bonus to do it.
Are you doing like a recap of your session? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
From a character point of
It's
view.
always for me. It's always a recap, but I also do like a lot of inner monologue stuff.
Yep.
Like my plans for the future, and building the temple's going well. My ranger before he died horribly had built an aviary because we got attacked by giant hawks. We defeated the hawks, and the ranger's like, "Oh, they're a mated pair. There's going to be eggs somewhere." Climbed the mountain, found 3 hawk eggs. I'm like, we just can't leave these things here. They're going to die. Yeah. So I gathered up the eggs. We brought them back to town thanks to Molin's rope trick, and I built an aviary. And that was like that was the only thing my dude was going to do. And now those hawks are going to die because there's
Orphaned.
no ranger to tend them.
Mullen is taking care of them.
I appreciate
Mullen will
that.
take
Thank
care
you.
of 'em, yeah.
They're very dangerous. Make
Yeah,
sure
what-
they don't get raised in town.
One of my guys is pretty good about doing stuff like that on our the Discord that I have for just our campaign, and I wasn't doing anything with it, and then I think it was after talking to like you guys about that and somebody else, maybe it was Bloodworth. I threw him some experience points, for because he's been contributing to that for quite a while, and some of them others have in the past, but not nearly to as much as he does. So it's yeah.
As one of the guys
doing.
that does it, it's nice to get recognized for it. And I've talked about this before. Like I built the temple, and I spent 20,000 gold in this temple. I came home and I bought a generator program, Dungeon Alchemy, I think it's called, because I was like, I'm going to build this temple. And man, it took me like 3 weeks to get the temple the way that I put a lot of effort into this thing. And I set it down on the table the next time we played. Everybody was like, "Oh yeah, nice."
Okay.
And that was the end of it. And I was like, "You
Yeah.
guys suck." I was so irritated with that. But Roger was like, have 1,000 experience points. That's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. And I was like, "Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that." The 1,000 experience points at that time in my character meant nothing because he was so many experience
Right.
points.
Yeah.
But it was still nice in there. And, oh yeah, you made a temple. Great. So anyway, it's nice to be recognized at some level, regardless.
Yeah, I did that for my player. I did that for 2 of my players because one of the other ones wrote me a in character 2-page letter addressed.
You told us about that. That's awesome.
The Lord Mayor. He's in the comments, Rooster.
About magic being
That's
illegal.
him. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
super
threw
cool.
him some experience points, and then my buddy Dave, who plays our wizard, he's the one that does the stuff on Discord a lot, and it really benefited him actually because he was like 900 from leveling, and I gave him 1,000 experience points. So
Yes.
he's our third 8th level character now. So that's
Nice.
cool. But yeah, if the guys do that extra stuff, I think
Yeah.
they should get
Well
something for
deserved,
it,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, because it shows that they're invested in the game, and I think as a game master, that's what you want. I mean, that's my one argument. Like, I don't have any problem killing characters. I've killed several in this campaign, but I also don't want them to be like a scratch off sheet where it's just like, because it's going to come to a point. I mean, at a one shot or convention game, I don't give a shit. I play them all like they're going to die, so
Sure.
that's fine. But like in a long-term campaign, I want them to have some. I get invested in their characters. Like I often say to my guys, I'm like, it may not seem it, but I'm actually like pulling for you guys to win. Like I want you guys to win. Now I get angry at my crappy dice rolls and stuff like that, but ultimately I want those guys to succeed because I get invested
Sure.
in their characters, and what's going on with them because they all play them very well. And I've killed some characters that I was like, man, I really like that guy. Like, that was a really good character. Like we watched him, my buddy Steve, he joined our game like last minute, and he likes to play fighters. So he's like, I'll play a fighter. He goes, I'm going to be a local kid that didn't want to be, his parents own a pig farm. He didn't want to be a pig farmer. And then he went through this whole arc. I don't know what level he died at, but anyway, he went through this whole arc. Like I think he died and was brought back. He had other characters that died. And he went through this whole thing where like he was like, we almost had two characters come to blows in a bar because they started talking about the gods. Like my son's ranger was killed, and he's kind of like the moral compass for the group. So my friend Steve's character is talking to they're at this bar, and he's just really like, the gods are bullshit. Like they're just bullshit. Like we did all these things to try to avenge and all these things that happen, and then Lork dies, so what, and so they were getting like angry with each other, the characters were, and it was almost a fist fight between the two of them. It was a great to sit and watch, but
Yeah.
yeah, but he got killed, and I mean he had a really cool death, but it was like, dang, that's a bummer,
Yeah. What else? What do you guys got before the game? You got any, Stan? You got anything?
No,
Anything
I don't
else?
think so. We don't do a lot. Like I said, we don't do a lot before the game.
The only other thing that I wrote down was time to chat, like before the game. I generally give the guys some time to chat. I know that that's maybe not a house rule or whatever, but I think it's good to have a few minutes to talk
We do
about,
that.
just random
together.
shit or whatever.
Yeah, we
for
usually
a
get
few
together
minutes,
and eat. And
sometimes
then
it
shoot the
gets out of
shit.
hand and it gets long, and I gotta put the gavel down. But yeah, I mean, I think it's good, to let people talk and kind of get that out of their system or whatever.
No, it's good.
And then get into it. So that's what I got for like pregame stuff. General, I got a kid like general dice rolling stuff. I've got a few house rules that I use. One, I generally tell people that if the die rolls on the floor or off the table, the roll doesn't count. Roll another die and then go find the die that's on the floor. And I say that because I've had people in the past roll a D20 like an idiot, like they're bowling, and it rolls off the table and down the hall or whatever, or somewhere, and then there's 5 people crawling around on the floor because they want to know like what the die rolled. And I'm like, no, it's out of bounds. It doesn't count. Roll another die. Like, we don't need to hold the game up with 5 people crawling around under the table trying to find, the D20. Well, what if it's a 20? Yeah. Well, I just roll a die and you roll another die.
Yeah,
and then
should be on the table.
Yeah. And the other thing I have, I used to use luck tokens, and then I stopped for a while for some reason. I don't know why. But then the guys kind of mentioned it, that they like that. So kind of spur of the moment, I handed out luck tokens last night and let them use that stuff to reroll. It didn't help, but
yeah, I don't recall the guys mentioning that. I just remember a guy mentioning that.
A guy. Well,
that guy was not me.
Right.
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I was going to save it for treasure, but we ended up using it to no avail during the last fight.
Sure.
Here, dude.
Sure.
That's totally what I was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I guess on the treasure thing, CNC has like the old school treasure tables. They're kind of condensed and a little bit better organized, I think, a little bit better laid out than like the AD&D tables are. But I have let players roll on them on the tables for the longest time because I thought it was, just fun or interesting or whatever to have like that mini game of treasure. But I'm getting feedback from the players that they don't like that. So yeah. So I don't know. Well, what do you do, Stan? Do you roll on the treasure tables like in game or
no? Sometimes, because I get lazy with my prep and I don't sometimes do the treasure out ahead of time like I should. I'll just throw. It's not a big encounter. It's like, oh, they're gonna fight 4 ogres or whatever, and then they're always like, I forget how loot driven they can be. So it's like they'll be like, oh, what's the treasure? And I'm like, oh, damn it, I didn't roll that up. So I'll roll it up then. Sometimes I don't though. I'll just say, you guys will get treasure, but let me. I'll do it afterwards. But
yeah,
typically I just do it before. and I use the tables. It's pretty random. There are times where I'll place like a specific item in there that I want them to have. I don't always have somebody in mind to get it because who knows what they're going to do.
Right.
That's not always the case either. Sometimes, like in, I think it was our last session. Yeah, the last session. I put an item in there and I had a person in mind for it, and he took the bait and grabbed
Nice.
it. He'll know who he watches this, so he'll know I'm talking about
Nice.
him.
Nice.
But other than that, a lot of times I don't. Like I try to be a little bit stingy with like magic items and stuff, but I end up not being. So it's like, oh, crap. But I am careful, like, because I've learned from past lessons, like I roll randomly, and they get boots of flying, and I'm like, the hell they do? Like that ain't happening.
Yeah,
I had characters that could
the
fly
genie
at
does not
will
go
in my
back in the
last
bottle.
campaign. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And I'm like, nope, nope. I have one character that can fly in the current campaign, and he'll probably be the only one that ever can.
I'm stingy with magic items, I've heard.
A bit.
Well,
A bit.
you want to open that door, man. Ken and I can talk about it for sure.
I know.
We have talked. You and I have talked about this, to each other a lot, and the group has talked about it a lot, and it's never going to change. I don't care what system that we use. If we're rolling random magic items, we are always going to walk out of the dungeon with 5 copper pieces and a bent sword. It is going to happen every freaking time.
That is our luck, yeah.
And that's just the cosmos pissing on us, man. It's just the way it goes.
I didn't think it was true. And then this last one, we fought like something that should have dropped.
Yeah.
And it was like, you got a 90% chance of a cool item and a
91% chance.
cool item. And we rolled like 99, 96, 96 or something.
Yep.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that crap was happening. It was just unbelievable. And, but what are you going to do? And, in my fight against that as a DM, I would seed the dungeon. And, I'd be like, okay, there is a +2 longsword senior, or, the chieftain's got the +2 longsword, whatever, certainly monsters can use that magic item.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be something in there. And then I'm going to roll the random tables. And, and I like to roll the random tables ahead of time because exactly what Ducato said.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
look, he found a +3 Vorpal sword. The hell you did. No, sorry. And the players will never even know about it because I'm rolling the random tables.
Yeah.
And then that way it's done. You go into the dungeon, you defeat the monster, you go back to the treasure room, the chieftain's lair, you find a broken chest with a bunch of money falling out of it, and there's a beat up suit of armor that looks like it can be repaired. Turns out it's +2 plate mail. Yay, you. And then that's the end of it. But every now and then when we roll randomly, actually, I shouldn't even say every now and then, we've gotten lucky exactly 2 times on our loot. A +5 spear that I think my cleric got at level 5. And the only reason that my cleric got it because everybody else didn't want to use a spear. And I saw it before what we rolled was it's a magic spear. And my guy was a priest of Belanos and his weapon's a spear. So I was like, I'm taking the spear. And then we found out what it was. And I was like, whoa, I've got a +5 spear. Okay,
It's a
cool.
big deal.
And it doesn't unbalance the game because it's just a melee weapon. And I'm a priest. I have a shitty BTH. And then later on, we found the manual of, what is it? The Puissant Skill at Arms, the one that makes you strong. And
bodily strength. Yeah.
bodily strength. Thank you. And, we rolled it great. And then it went down to the 3 tanky types, my priest being one of them, and then the 2 fighters. And I told the group, I don't want this. Guys, I'm a backup. I'm not the primary. It should be Nabil. Nabil was playing a fighter. But then Josh was like, oh, I'm playing a fighter too. And Nabil and I were thinking the same thing. We don't want to give this chowderhead this incredible magic item. So Nabil said, well, I really think we should roll randomly. And I said, okay, cool. If you're sure, we'll roll randomly. And then Josh said, okay, fine. And it landed on my cleric. Now, I'm looking all sad face here, but let's be honest. +5 strength. I wasn't sad about getting that. I was,
No.
as
No.
as a player, I was annoyed because it should have gone to the frontline fighter, and I believe that even though I'm the one that got it. But as the cleric, or as the guy playing that character, I was like, sweet. And so now my cleric is all swole, walking around with a +5 spear, and he's retired, and he's never going to die. Thank God. So, yeah, but those are the 2 times we've gotten lucky in a year and a half of rolling.
Yeah. And
I mean,
so
it's-
maybe I'll change the treasure rolls, or I don't know. I mean, the only the dungeons that I put out there, you guys don't seem to like to go in. So the pre-made stuff with the stuff already seated. So
Oh, that was just Joe Block's Mad
that's
Wizard
a whole,
thing.
That's a
yeah, no, I
Yeah.
know. No, that's a whole nother thing.
Do you,
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah.
Do you when they're rolling treasure, like in the CNC table, like like whatever the rating is, say it's a treasure type 3, and there's a gold piece value amount on the magic items. Do you pay attention to that, or do you like just roll and whatever you get, you get?
Yeah, no, it's all random. I use the tables. I use that amount without the multiplier for each. So if there's like 50 orcs, everybody, like, I'll have the players roll 2d4, and they'll get that many gold each.
Right.
And then
Yeah. Sometimes
there's
though,
like
the
a
magic,
percent
they do
chance
it.
that there'll be, something.
They have
there'll
this
be
thing
gold
though
there.
where it's like, I don't have the books behind me, but it's like on magic, it's like, oh, it's level 3. They can get a magic item that's worth like 300 gold, and I'm
Oh, it's
like,
worth so much gold. Yeah, yeah.
I
I'll
tend to
sometimes use
ignore
that,
that.
but yeah,
I
I
tend to ignore
usually
it.
ignore that. Yeah, yeah. But that's only
I
for the
had
first handful of levels anyway.
I had one of my early adventures. I had one of my players wanted to play a different character. He's playing the wizard, but he wasn't really sold on it, I guess, at first. So he wanted to play a gnome, a multi-class gnome illusionist thief. And when during the adventure, it was one of those times I didn't roll up treasure, so I rolled it randomly, and he got like a +2 dagger right out of the gate, and which was fun. And that actually led to some things later on. But yeah, I tend to ignore that. I like to. I don't want them to have like a laundry list of stuff, but I do also like to give out treasure. So because it's fun. I like getting it
Yeah.
when I'm a player. So.
right.
Yeah, sure.
One of the things that when Roger and I have talked about this, I'm not looking for +4 plate mail or the Holy Defender or anything like that. I like useful magic items. The Hewer's Handy Haversack, or the immovable rod. Just things that can be used on a regular basis that really don't. Like the robe of items, robe of many items. Like, oh, here's a lantern. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
And so those are the magic items that I like to see in the game. I'm not looking for all of our guys to be walking around with like top tier weapons. It's just not necessary.
All right.
But Roger, I want to state to everybody that I'm in no way trying to influence you on. Oh, you need to see the dungeon. We're getting screwed over on loot. It's very frustrating, but it's not like you're sitting there behind the screen going, "Yes, roll your ones."
Are you sure about that?
We roll poorly sometimes. And I know you're making a joke, but like I said, we found a +5 spear.
Yeah.
And Roger wasn't like, oh, okay, look, I can't let you have the +5 spear.
Yeah.
If that had happened, I'd have been like, whoa. Every time we roll shit and we don't get any loot, you don't say, okay, look, guys, here's 1,000 gold for you. That doesn't happen. So it's left to the fates. Sometimes it smiles on us. Most of the time it poops on us. This is the way it is.
I will give the my take on magic items is that when I'm writing some encounter I know is ahead, it's not just a random encounter, I'm typically trying to figure out why those people are there. What was this place before? The standard, like, I want to do world building.
Yes.
And a part of that is like, what do they have and why? So even if I pre-roll and they have a +1 sword, it probably won't just be a +1 sword. I'll put elven marks on the +1 machete that comes from this set of woods where you met the elves, 3 weeks ago. It's got elven writing. So yeah, it's a +1 machete, whatever. But now you've got a story, you've got people you could go visit, you can interact with them. But yeah, preceding is kind of essential unless you're really good on the fly. if you want your magic items to like work within your world and help you tell the story.
Sure.
But yeah. I mean, I also agree. It's, you know, I do think it sucks that we roll so bad, but it's fair in its own way.
Yeah.
Not to get any bonuses or whatever.
Yeah, this time's like when I roll treasure, you know, I'll be like, holy crap, like the dice, and then I'll change certain things. Like I said before, like they're not going to get anything that lets them fly, or be invisible all the time. At least not right now. But there's times like, oh, you know, even like treasure, like the regular treasure, like, oh, I roll this gem and it's like worth 5,000 gold pieces. Like, holy shit, that was a good one. And then they get you know, something else that's worth a lot, or they, you know, and then sometimes I'm like, well, they didn't really have crap for treasure, you know, like,
Yeah.
oddly enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I've always been a fan of rolling randomly, so I don't know.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun.
Yeah, you
And
know,
then-
again, I'm not against rolling randomly. I'm just against
Yeah,
our
yeah.
god awful luck. So
Um,
can't do anything about that. I'll burn a candle before we play next time. See if it helps.
Sage.
So house rules, general dice rolling house rules. The only other thing that I do, and I think I mentioned this in the last video too, but is sometimes I'll have if I need a decision that needs to be made, I'll roll a die or have somebody roll a die and say that would be
I
odd
do
if
that.
that happened or whatever, and
Yep.
then they roll a
Yeah.
die, and if it comes up odd, then it's true. And
I just did that in my Chiselheart.
Did
I
you?
stole that? Yeah, it
nice.
was good. Yeah.
That's okay. You could steal it. I didn't invent it. I stole it from somebody else. So
Okay, perfect.
When we were playing
Um,
D&D or when we were playing DCC, Roger would be like, "Well, that'd be odd if it did." I would grab the 3-sided die when he went. Oh, look, it's a 3. It's odd. Yeah, well, there's 2 3s on that die. That was a good time.
I did that to Steve once, figuring out who the bad guy was going to attack. And I said, okay, Steve, would be odd if it was you. And I picked up the D3 and I rolled it. And then, so then the next time when he wanted something, he was looking for something. He was a scrapper. He said, oh, you know, is there one of these things around? Whatever it was. And I was like, it'd be odd if it was. And he like made the gesture, like to purposely, like while he was locking eyes with me, to pick up the D3 and roll it, like there. So,
There's fair.
and he got it, but I'm like, yeah, no, I did it to you. It's fair, like whatever, But yeah, no, that was cool. But no, it's fun, to do that because then I don't have to make the decision or whatever all the time.
As the gods will.
And you put it in the player's hands or whatever. Like, oh, is this thing out there? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe let's find out. Let's find out together. I want to go on this journey too. I don't want to know everything ahead of time. I mean, half the time, the way I run my game, I think I could,
Probably
be
play
a-
on the other side.
I could
right?
play a character and like just go through and
Yep.
and just do it with you guys. We'll try that one of these days. Run
I think it'd be
headless.
fun.
Yeah,
I think I've got a couple of dice rolling rules.
yeah.
Sorry for me to
Go
pop
ahead.
in here.
Absolutely.
These are from things I learned, and I've heard them before. I'm sure it's general practice. But if you haven't run a bunch of games, people should roll in the open, or if you're playing online,
Yes.
roll with a generator that you trust, and not with a generator from their Excel sheet or whatever. And then, if this is especially true with 5e, and I think we've
And
talked
no
about it.
one uses a random number generator on an Excel spreadsheet except you.
You'd be surprised. The next one, and guilty as charged, by the way. The next one is if you're just gonna roll something, you need to have told me what it was you wanted to do, how you're doing it, and then roll a die. So I don't want to see you roll 50 times and save the 18 you rolled for. Oh, I guess I'll use this 18 to interrogate the guy. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of rolling out in the open and all of that. And it's like, yeah, I've seen people do it, and not that everybody's cheating. Most of the time, they're probably not.
Yeah.
But there's some people that roll the dice where I can look at their die and go
Mhm.
like, and they're looking at it and trying to do the math, and I'm like, you rolled a 7, you have a +9. The
Yeah.
AC's not, the AC's 20. You can't make it. That doesn't work. You missed.
You
Like, you
don't need
know,
to think about it this long, right?
it's like, yeah, and some people like they like, we had a guy that would roll in a dice tower, and it was like it was that
Oh, I
skull
hate
dice
those.
tower. It wasn't even like a regular dice tower that had like an open kind of thing. It was like the skull. So he would like drop it in the thing, and then like he'd stick his fingers in there and pull the die out, and then have to look at it, and then he'd go and look at his sheet or whatever while we're all sitting there, you know, like holding our breaths, waiting for this guy to like say whether he hit or not. Whereas if the thing is out in the open, and he didn't like that I called him on, and that was one of his things too. He got mad, that I told him he couldn't use it anymore. But I'm like, I just, roll the die. And then there's somebody, we got somebody at the table that uses a dice tray, and I don't think it's the dice tray is just a trampoline.
It's wild. It's a lot of velocity going into that dice tray.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you're at too steep of an angle throwing that thing in there. And like, he doesn't, it's whatever, but yeah, I think, like I'm waiting for him to like poke Jason in the eye with a D20 one of these days.
It's so frustrating, dude.
But
It really is.
but it's like, dude, why do you have a dice tray? Like, you're just, it's trampolining out and going, yeah. No, but that's definitely that's a great one, Ken, that I didn't write down. Roll in the open. Yeah, that's fantastic. Online, if I trust the people, I let people roll real dice.
We did
Some
that when
people
we
get
played
real
online.
finicky. Yeah,
Because the dice roller on D&D Beyond sucked ass. So
Mm.
yeah,
we just started rolling real dice. We talked about this before because I use a screen, but the way my table's set up, it would be really hard for me to roll in the open because it's like so much
sure.
stuff out in front of me. Like, I just couldn't do it. And like I said, I roll crappy enough. I probably don't have
Yeah.
any fear of my guys thinking I'm cheating.
I mean,
'cause I would be
some of
rolling-
us
if I was
GMs
cheating,
just
I'd be
don't.
rolling way better.
So some of us GMs just don't want to cheat, Stan.
Yeah, well, I got to start.
No, I get you. I enjoy rolling in the open for one. I don't like rolling behind the
You don't
screen.
have any
Like, I wanna be
problem
part of
doing
the
it.
action. I want to be
Yeah,
part of
I
the
don't
action. I
have
want to be
any-
out there.
if-
I want people to be invested in it.
If
So-
my table was set up differently, I'd have no problem doing it. Like, because in other games, I'll do it. I don't care. But
Yeah.
it would be really hard for me to do it at my table.
Yeah. What Ken? Did you have some more dice rolling?
Is it?
Thanks, Dan. Dice rolling
No,
things. Jason, you
no,
got
we
anything?
got to use real dice. We
Oh,
were
real
looking at
dice.
this- Yeah, well, I found this thing on Amazon. It would look kind of cool, but it was like a 6-sided die, but it was a spinner, and the different side had like the numbers, like it had like a 8 spinner and a 20 spinner.
Yeah.
And I shared it with my group, and I'm like, this is a novelty, which looks pretty cool. I wouldn't mind owning one. It's not dice to be used at the table because
Yeah.
one of the guys, I think it's Rooster here in the comments, my buddy Matt, he has one, and he said he has something similar, and when he hits the spinner, it spins forever. And I'm like, negative.
Oh, you gotta
You got to
stop it.
roll dice. You got to roll dice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having one just as a novelty to have, but like I'm not using it, and none of my guys would be allowed to use it at the table for.
I have a 100-sided
for
die. The
it's a
Zatoichi
ball.
set. Yes,
Zacahedron,
yes.
whatever,
It's a golf ball with 100 little dimples on it, and you roll it, and it 5 minutes
Fucking
later it
forever.
finally stops, and then I
Yeah.
have no idea what number that's telling me. I really don't. So just roll 2 10-sided dice, man.
Yeah.
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 Actually,
Yeah, right.
I have a question for the 3 DMs on the panel.
Yeah.
here. Thief rolls. A lot of the rules will say the GM should roll in secret for detecting traps, that sort of thing. The things that the thief may or may not know if he's going to succeed. Do you prefer the player go ahead and roll those dice out in the open, and he's going to know yes or no I've succeeded, or do you want to roll those in secret?
So
I roll them.
for me, I let them roll out in the open, and like like if they're searching for a trap and they fail, they're gonna find out about it, anyway. Like they're gonna know about it that second,
Yep.
The sneaking thing, I generally try to not let them make the sneak roll until they've moved their figure behind the bad guy.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's
I
like
like that rule. That's good.
you roll a sneak roll. Like, and if
You
you
made it
fail,
or you
like
didn't.
you could still get an attack. It's just going to be a regular attack,
Sure.
and he knows you're there. So, like, if you sneak up behind him and you're silent and you miss, he still doesn't know you're there. But if you roll up behind him and you're not silent and you swing, well, on his turn, he's going to swing at you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
unless there's, somebody bigger in front of him. But I mean, that's, so really, I don't really, in the climbing thing, I mean, that's something you find out about right
Yeah,
away.
Yeah. I mean, the
I-
climbing thing,
you
you're going
know,
to know. You either climbed the
um,
wall or you didn't.
But
Yeah.
so, like, and I don't really like anything else. Like, I get the sneaking around thing, like, oh my god, I rolled a 2 or whatever. Maybe I shouldn't, sneak that far ahead. But generally, it's even the players that are careful, they'll generally say, okay, it's generally known, okay, the thief is going to be 60 feet ahead of everybody else, and I make them roll the roll, so we know exactly where they are in the thing. So it doesn't really matter whether they know that they pass or fail, anyway, because they're already doing the thing. They can't like fail and then go, oh no, I'm gonna, stay back with the party.
Mhm.
Like you already said, you're 60 feet ahead of everybody, so guess you just die. Like that's I mean, so that's where I am.
Just,
And I know Stan has some differing opinions.
You said
Yeah,
you roll behind the screen?
Me? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Zephyr in the comments is our rogue in our CNC campaign. I don't remember which ones that I roll for him. If he's still here, he'll probably chime in. But I do roll some. We started doing that when my son was playing, running Dragon Slayer with us, and I don't mind it. I like it because it still leaves it up as a mystery, a little bit, and yeah, that was kind of something we decided as a group that we would start doing. I forget a lot. I think I'm probably the one that forgets to do it, and they remind me like, "Oh, you got to roll that for me." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Dan, I don't want to be that guy, but there are 2 people in the world that happen to both be on this stream that I do not wanting rolling dice for me
Yeah, me. Yeah,
at any
Me
point
and-
whatsoever. Now, I
Don't
won't
blame you.
point fingers or name names.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to roll. I don't want to roll dice for myself half the time.
Like, I mean, if I was helpless and Jason was like, "Oh, I'll roll your sneak roll for you," no, you won't.
Chloe, come up
Sorry.
here and roll my sneak roll for me.
Sorry, but
Yeah, see, I guess I roll traps and find and disable that stuff. I roll those, but
yeah,
like so he rolls his own sneak rolls too, because but his character doesn't actually do. I mean, he sneaks around. He doesn't. I was thinking more like sneaking into backstab, using the example
Sure.
you were using.
sure.
He doesn't do that a whole lot, but he does sneak around a lot though.
I kind of like
Very
it, and I've played a lot of rogues, and I kind of like it when the DM rolls the find traps, and and the disable traps, because for me it's like like when I played a ranger and I fail my spot rolls or my tracking rolls, I'm like, yeah, there's nothing here, and then 2 minutes later we walk into a party of orcs, somebody's looking at me like, what the hell, dude? And I'm like, I'm not perfect. I didn't see anything, man. I'm sorry to kill him. I don't know. Yeah. And so I like that. I like the tension of not really knowing. But
Yeah.
I also don't want to add more stuff for the DM to do. And I like rolling my own dice, of course. So, but if I'm playing a thief, I kind of like not knowing whether or not I found the trap. That's kind of fun for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. My take is obviously do what's the most fun for the table. And the most engaging, not necessarily the most fun, but the most engaging, builds your world the way you want it. But I tend to let players make rolls. And if I'm playing with new players, there is that temptation to go like, oh, I rolled a 2. I guess I don't want to sneak up there. It's a good moment to coach like, well, no, your character doesn't know that. You need to you think you did fine. You think
And
you
you're
were
committed.
very sneaky.
Too bad. Get your ass
Yeah.
up there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also do the thing
Yeah.
you were talking about where it's like wait for them to get to somewhere where that matters because I want to be just as surprised as you to see how well you did.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
the
like I don't
thing-
want the thief character. Like, I don't need them to roll every 15 feet.
Mhm.
I was just
Like,
going to
roll
talk
eye
about
check,
that.
roll eye check. Like when they get to the room, like that's when I'll be like, okay, now
Yeah.
now roll
Mhm.
the sneak check.
Yeah,
And they're gonna know
Yeah.
in 3 seconds because if he fails that roll, then an arrow's coming flying by, or whatever, or a spear or something.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And-
I'll
Oh, go
I'll
ahead.
do that too. Like I picked that up from a guy that ran our Call of Cthulhu game. Is I'll let rolls ride. Like if Zephyr is he's sneaking ahead, scouting ahead, and he rolls. I'm not doing that every 15 feet because
Yeah.
that's annoying.
Especially
to-
if they roll really well or something. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you're
And they're like,
fine.
"Oh, I rolled a nat 20." I'm like, "Okay, you're going to be quiet for a while until something significantly changes in the
Yeah.
what's going on. You're going to be quiet for a while." Like
Mhm.
it just keeps the game moving, and it, if you got to do it every 15 feet and you got to cross this cavern that's like 100 feet, long. We're
Yeah.
going to be there all day, and you're going to fail eventually. Like it's just the odds are against you making it all the way through. It's just silly, to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I started doing that a while ago. Just let it ride, and if something significantly changes, all right, give me another
Yeah.
roll, and yeah, that's worked pretty well. I think everybody I'm happy with it, and everybody else seems to be. So
Nice.
Yeah, cool. What else, Jason? You had something?
It goes back to the DM rolling the thief rolls. I also like it because not only does the player playing the thief not know, the rest of the party doesn't know.
Right.
And so, it's not just like, oh, you roll at the table. Oh, I got a 22. I found it. Or, I rolled a 22. The DM says, okay, you don't find anything. We know there's nothing here. If you don't know what you rolled, the whole party is like, okay, let's open the chest. Good
Yeah,
luck.
still that tension.
Everybody's
Yeah.
shoulders are hunched up. Everybody's like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, phew, okay, good. And there was good job, thief. There was nothing there. It could add that tension that for me makes it a lot more fun. I just think that's
Yeah,
I just like
yeah,
it.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
anytime that you can make your players feel a real emotion over pretending to feel an emotion
Yes.
should be your goal as a game master, right?
Absolutely.
So like anytime they don't have to pretend that, they know they didn't make that roll or whatever, I just think that's a better way to
It
go.
is a cool idea. Yeah.
No, it is. And I guess my whole like theory or my whole like method of like GMing, at least, more recently with me is like, I don't want to do anything. Like I like if I could put 100% of the work on the players and just sit there and
We are
No,
aware of this.
what's that?
Weird.
No, I mean,
That's
I want to be able to do like the things, but like I want the players to be able to like, be able to adjudicate their own roles and do things. Like I don't want to have to roll like, everything for all the time. I mean, I get it. I'm the GM. That's what I do, right? Like I'm rolling for all these monsters, and I get enough stuff going on. Like it's your skill, it's your character. Like you roll it. Let me know what you rolled. We'll go from there. Like because then like if you like a slippery slope, I guess, right? Like now I'm rolling the Rangers tracking rolls and stuff, and as well as like the find traps and stuff. And all I'm doing is putting more stuff on my plate, like for that, like
Yeah,
should
there
I
is like
roll? And I know this is getting out there, but like, should I roll everybody's attack rolls too?
just
And
gonna
like
say.
narrate whether they hit or miss, and then this way nobody knows what the ACs are or what.
I mean that would make it more exciting, right?
Like stuff. Right. But now I'm like, you know what I mean? Now I'm like doing all that, and that's just like
you
there's
should
a
have our
degree
character
of
sheets
work.
too.
Yeah,
That
well,
way
at
we
that
don't
point,
know
I
if
have
we're
the
actually
character
good with
sheets.
swords or not.
Right. And then I'll let you guys know when I need input from you on what your
I might
character
never
would
hit
do.
him. Oh, I suck at
Yeah.
I should have been using a club this whole time.
No, I mean, I know that's getting a little, out there and pushing the
Yeah.
line, but I mean, so that's kind of like how I feel about like the whole thing, like, because really, right? Because it's the same thing with attack rolls. Like, well, now you got to hit a 15 to hit or something like if all that's secret, including the attack rolls, now you don't know how good you got to roll to hit them, or whatever. I mean, you got to figure that out, but it's harder to figure out.
Yeah, I
You know?
sure. I get that, but I just don't see this necessarily. It doesn't
Sure,
add
sure.
to me. It wouldn't add anything to the game. If you said, Jason, you hit roll damage, okay, it
Sure.
just it doesn't.
No, and I'm stretching the whole thing with the rolling like the thief rolls. I mean, I know
Sure,
that.
yeah,
I would never want to do that,
right. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Um,
I know you're not advocating for that. Yeah,
But that's just,
I like the way
yeah.
Speaking of house rules, I like the way we do it when we're fighting monsters. I roll a 15. I'm like, okay, I hit AC 15. You missed. Okay, no problem. Somebody rolls. I roll a 21. You hit. So now we know their AC is somewhere between 16 and 21, but it doesn't really matter. The next guy rolls 16. You hit. Okay, so now we know his AC is definitely 16. All that does is tell me that if I roll a 9, I'm going to hit.
Sure.
If I roll an 8, I'm going to miss. You're not losing anything by knowing that.
Right.
Going into the battle, knowing what their armor class is, that would make it that would lose some of the battle tension because you're not sure how well you're going to do against these guys until you start swinging your sword or shooting your bow.
Yeah. Yeah, they figure it out over time. I don't tell them like the AC or anything, and eventually, they'll figure it out, and they do. They're like, oh, we need, it's a 17 or whatever.
Yeah,
only takes a couple rounds to nail that down.
Yeah, usually, yeah, it's usually not that bad. So, what initiative? Can we move on to initiative or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that so? CNC uses a flat D10 roll for initiative. What I do is I use a D6 and I use a flat D6 roll for the monsters, and I let the players add their dexterity modifier. So that kind of gives players a leg up. I also do not use simultaneous actions. I don't remember whether that's something that CNC recommends you do. Simultaneous. I don't do that. Players break ties. Players go first, just to give them an advantage, and stuff. Which, I mean,
interesting.
If I were to do it where things happen at the same time and all that, I mean, I think it'd be more of a problem for the players.
Right.
Anyway.
That makes sense.
Could be.
So that's what I do for initiative. What you do D10 initiative, Decano?
Yeah, I do D10 group initiative, and one of the rules it's kind of the only hard and fast I have with the order is I make the spellcasters go last.
Okay.
In a round.
Yeah.
Because my thought is you're taking that round to prepare your spell and do all the stuff that has to do to send that thing off. And then it's kind of around the table will what makes sense. Like if my son's ranger is right there in melee with the giant, like, okay, he's probably going to go first, if they win initiative, and then they'll work their way around the table. And really, it's worked really well. Actually, there's a lot of tension with it because, and it's kind of like a little bit of a game within a game, because one person will roll for the group and I'll roll obviously for the bad guys, and then you get to keep rolling for initiative as long as you keep winning. So as soon as you lose, it gets passed to the next guy, the guy to get, and it goes around and around. So that's a little bit fun. And then the tension that it can build in combat is really good, because we've had several like big like bad guy battles where like they're like, if we don't win initiative the next round, we're toast. And by luck, they've won initiative and they come out on top. But they're all like, if we lost initiative, we'd have been dead. We would have had the
Yeah.
TPK more than likely. So it's been really good. I've really enjoyed doing initiative that way. And as far as for like D&D style games, I probably won't change it. I don't mind individual initiative. I used to do it like when I ran 5e, it was static, which
Mhm.
kind of sucks. But
Mhm.
that's what we did. I also had sometimes up to 8 or 9 players, so to reconfigure everybody for every
Yeah.
round would have been a nightmare. It was bad enough just doing it once, like figuring out. I would actually assign one of the characters, and one of the guys would usually volunteer to track initiative, because as a game master, you have too much stuff going on. I can't keep track of all that nonsense. So with this, it's great. We just roll and we work our way around. If I had a smaller group, like say 3 guys or 3 people, 3 players, I would maybe go to like individual initiative.
Yeah.
I would try it, but I on average I have 5 to 6 players. I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. I like doing it round by round, because it can really it takes combat from being like rock'em sock'em robots, just going back and
Yeah.
forth, to where like there's some ebbs and flows, because if they lose but then they win the next one, they actually get to go twice before the bad guys get to go again. And that can change the shape, and vice versa. If they keep, the bad guys do that, they're like, oh crap.
Mhm.
I think the combat has been way better than what I've done
Interesting.
previously.
Stephen Chenault will do. He'll do like initiatives, like side initiative, but he'll do it per like battle group. So like you said, like if there's a ranger fighting like an orc, like he'll say, okay, we'll go to the ranger fighting the orc, and then they'll both roll. And then whoever gets the higher will get the attack, and then the other one will attack. And then he'll say, oh, okay, we'll go to these 2 characters over here who are fighting are fighting 4 orcs or whatever, and he'll roll for the orcs, and then they'll roll for the players, and then he'll like do that like 1 round thing, and then
That's
go.
interesting.
Yeah. And he's
I also
done
do
that.
the simultaneous. I use that.
Yeah.
And the primary reason I use that, it gives a chance for spell disruption, which I also
Sure.
use.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't come up a lot, because my my friend that plays our wizard, and it has come up more with Rooster playing our cleric, because he does get into melee a fair amount. He's a dwarf and he's up armored. He's hard to hit. He doesn't hit very well, but he's hard to hit.
Yeah.
But our wizard tries to stay out of, he's smart. He tries to stay out of like harm's way. But there are times where we've had simultaneous, and that's been an issue that's come up,
Sure.
and I have concentration checks and stuff like that. It's not automatic like old school D&D was. It's like
I do it. It gives a little advantage to the players to have them break the tie, and go first. I really like
makes sense.
I really like Dragonbane with the cards. So I thought about using that and doing just like using a deck of cards.
I almost did that myself.
Ranking,
but
I would rank
the only reason I didn't is because I didn't want to give up simultaneous initiative.
Well, if you use cards, you can still do it. If you use a deck of playing cards, you could say, okay, whenever anybody goes on 10 or whatever, because you have 4 suits.
4 10s.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So 4 10s or whatever. But I mean, I would just do it and rank the suits and then just hand out cards. And then I was thinking about doing like whatever your dex modifier is, like you get that many cards and then you pick one. So this way, but I don't know. That might take too long.
It might take some time.
So the Dragonbane way of doing it is pretty cool, though. You just hand out the cards and then you could trade with somebody lower.
Twilight 2000 is the same system.
Forbidden Lands does that as well.
I think a lot of Free League games use that initiative.
Yeah, Savage World Vaesen uses that. Yeah, it's cool. Group initiative. I don't know.
Zephyr's one of my players.
That might work. I think the issue with group initiative for me is just like on the player side. I don't know if it would work well. I mean, I guess everybody like tries to like defer and go in order anyway. So like I don't know if one person rolling initiative to see if they win or lose, if that would
Worth a
work
shot.
better.
I like it
work
because
on you.
it's
We
one of
could
the things I
definitely
like
try
about
it,
it is
yeah.
it's fast, so
Mhm.
we don't have to spend a
Yeah,
whole lot
sure.
of time figuring out
Sure.
what's going on. Like they're like, "Oh, what'd you get?" And like I said, it's become a game within a game
Yeah.
because it's like the one time where like we're openly like it's them against me, right? Like they're hoping like in the
Yeah.
last session, I oddly enough I won I think I won initiative a lot, and they were like, "What the
Wow.
heck?" Because usually they're whooping me, but I was doing
Yeah.
pretty well in that one. So
And
yeah,
yeah,
and
we're
like
gonna do the
you know,
Shadow Dark thing, so we'll try that, and then maybe when we go back to CNC, we'll try some different things. Or
yeah,
who
I
knows?
like
Maybe everybody
how
will love
Shadow
Shadow
Dark
Dark,
did it.
and we'll stay there. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
You got a list of 30 games we got to go through, so we might as well just
I
bang
gotta
them
get
all out, man.
40.
bang them out.
40.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's a
40
fun
Bang 'em all
game.
in the same world.
I played about I don't know 8 or 9 sessions of it. I enjoyed
Cool.
it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we played some. It's really it's a blast.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's a
run it
blast.
coming up.
We've had
So
fun. Yeah. Yeah, Paul, I love that idea based on like weapon speed and all of that. And I chose to not use like weapon speed in my my game. Just it's just more
have
stuff
you
to look at and more it's not
have
that
you?
It's
it
not
would
for everybody.
overcomplicate things. It
Yeah,
would overcomplicate
I
things
think
for certain people.
I think traditional weapon speed is gross. But have you looked at the way Joe Block does it in Adventures Dark and Deep?
Briefly.
So like you roll the D10 and say
Yeah.
you're fighting with a longsword. It adds, this is a
Oh,
number,
right.
it may not be accurate. You add a 6 to it, and then he starts at 1 and he does the segment. So it's like 1, who goes on a 1? Nobody. 2, 3, 4. I go on a 4. Okay, what are you doing? And then he works his way up the list. It's kind
That's
of, I was
cool.
explaining it to my son, and he was like, I don't know about that. But I was like, it's kind of neat. Like, and the spells have a, you
Yeah.
know, a casting time, the segment, what segment they go
Segments.
off
Yeah,
Yeah,
in.
which is awesome.
that's first
Um,
edition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's
where that
very
comes
much
from.
so, but I
Yep.
think it's a little bit different as far as like the weapons part of it. And like from what I read, like range weapons don't have weapon speed. There must be some sort of offset, like if you try to use it in melee. I know they have
Mhm.
rules for shooting into melee, but like there must be something in there if you're like, you know, I'm standing there with a guy with a sword and I try to shoot him with a longbow or whatever. There's probably some sort of penalty involved. I'm not sure. I haven't read
Yeah.
that part of it
Interesting.
yet, but it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, the short answer is I don't care. I will use whatever initiative system the DM decides we're going to use or whatever is designed for the system. I'm fine with that. But I'm with Paul. I love weapon speeds and spell casting times. I like that kind of microcosm into the system, but definitely not for everyone. And it will
Yeah.
absolutely slow your game down.
You
Yeah.
need the right group of players.
And that,
And
that,
you know,
Trying to
I-
decide a spell in advance, right?
yeah.
Yep.
yeah, I like that it makes sense, you know, like obviously a dagger is going to be faster than a bastard sword and all that stuff. The thing I don't like about it is what Jason said is it slows the game down, and I'm usually opposed to anything that does that. Like I don't want to slow the game down.
Has anyone ever done some house rules involving how a 2-minute magic item works 5e?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't use it.
I played a
That's the
little bit
rule.
of 5e. I understand why they did the attunement thing, and it's basically so you can't just pick up a magic item and just use it or pass it around like a ring of
What's-
regeneration. Like
What's
around
the part
group
that
or
you don't
something.
like about it? I guess is the question.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the issue,
I mean, the issue is you got to spend time to attune.
Well,
who's got time?
that's not really. I don't mind that part of it. The problem is, and one of my Matt, one of my guys, Rooster, posted it earlier in the comments. Is we played high level 5e, and then the problem with it, with attunement, was at the higher levels you're getting most of the real good stuff that you get all requires attunement, and you can only
Yeah.
have 3 slots.
Yeah.
We were getting like boatloads of treasure and it was useless because we were like, well, I already have this stuff. This is how my character is set up. And it was just getting, it wasn't getting used. It's a horrible, I
Yeah.
hate it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
when
that-
I ran
that-
5e, I don't know if I got rid of it, but if I was to run 5e ever again, which will never happen, I would totally get rid of the rule altogether. Like it would not exist in my game.
I think
It's a horrible rule. It sucks.
it goes into the larger problem that 5e had with what do you do with gold? Like the base book, the first set of Game Master Guide and Monster Manual and Player Guide. You could have, after you buy your 1,800 gold piece of plate mail armor, you're done spending gold. So you can find 1,000 magic items that are worth 10,000 gold each, although you won't know it because the book doesn't tell you how much they're worth. And
Right.
it's just useless, right? You just can't do anything with it.
One
Mr.
One of
Goetz,
the rules.
if you could
Yeah.
specify what it is you don't like about it, maybe we can fix it on stream for you.
And one of the things you could do actually to fix that, and I think my son did it in the games he ran, is instead of it being 3, it's based on your proficiency bonus. So you would start with actually less than 3.
Oh,
You're at lower
right.
levels.
Great
You're
idea.
not going to
2 or
probably have
whatever.
stuff that
Yeah.
requires attunement. But as you get higher levels, and I
That
don't
goes
know,
to
I
4
think
and then to 6.
4, 3. I don't remember what it maxes out as. 'Cause I've tried
6.
to banish that game from
6.
my memory.
Yeah.
But you could have that many items attuned. I would, if I wasn't going to
That's
get rid of the
interesting.
rule altogether, I would do that. It would be based on your proficiency bonus,
Yeah.
how many items you can attune to. Because as it's written now, it sucks.
So this part, I have a couple.
Yeah, exactly.
couple
Kasana
suggestions for.
musings. Yeah,
So look,
you've done that.
so here's suggestion number 1. Move to Central New York and play with us. All right. No. Seriously, what you need to do is you need to plan ahead of time and you need to be ready. All right. We plan it like a supervillain. All right. Get something ready. Don't use something like Shadow Dark, right?
Yeah.
Because that's like 5e base. You know, if you don't like that, I mean, maybe CNC, but I think Shadow Dark is probably your best bet. 5 Torches Deep is another good one. Or any of those that are based on 5e. Ken, I appreciate what you're trying
What's
to
that?
say. Actually, I don't at all.
I don't know
But-
what you mean.
Hang on. Where's the? Let me find a move button here. No. Find something that's based on 5e, right? Tales of the Valiant. But I would go Shadow Dark, right? Because it's easy.
Yeah,
it's quick.
I would
it's fun.
too.
And then you have to learn something. Learn like a quick module or whatever. Read through it and be ready. And when you get one of those days where a player or a couple players aren't going to show up, and you only got 3 players, just be like, hey, maybe we could do this one shot or whatever, and then do it. And hopefully, they like it and they want more of it. But that's the way to get them to play it. Is you gotta wait until there's a couple guys down and saying, hey, instead of canceling, you guys want to try this thing, and that's it.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
I got to kick ban some people in the chat. I think I don't know.
Mr.
Yeah, no,
Gross,
go ahead.
have they given you a reason why they won't play anything? Is it a monetary thing, or they just like the system? They don't want to do something else? Have they told
That's
you
a good
why they don't
question.
want to switch over?
Yeah,
Mental
it's a big
illness, I
question.
think.
That's my go-to answer for that question, but it may not be true for everyone.
You see that
Is
a
their
lot,
hair
actually.
blue?
I have a friend that's kind of stuck in that rut. Like it's not 5e, but like he's running 3.5 and they're like high level and he's just not having fun,
Yeah.
and it's like it's a job to like prep those games and he wants to run something different next, like Dragonbane, which is much
Yeah.
easier to prep.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
they're all
Dragon
like,
Bane
"Oh."
is easy to prep.
And I'm
The
like,
reason-
my thing is like, listen, if I'm the only guy running the game,
Yeah.
like, if you guys want to play, this is what we're going to play. Like, I'm willing to talk about it, but like, I'm not willing to run a system I have no interest in running.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Because
but some people
part of the
can't.
deal is I have to have fun, and
Mhm.
I would rather not play at all than sit there and be like if someone said, if my group was like, we only want to play 5e, I'd be like, somebody better run
Yeah.
it because I'm certainly not.
But for
going to.
those groups,
And
I would not like I appreciate like you and Joe. I know, hey, yeah, play Daggerheart. Like, no, I get it, right? but like I would not suggest Dragonbane or Daggerheart because it's too different. It's too different, of a system. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Play
fair.
something that's very familiar to get them out of that.
5e,
Well,
Dagger Hearts. I mean, god damn it, Shadow Dart is a good, like, trying to get people out
Gotcha.
of 5e. I
Yeah.
think would be a good way to go.
Well, and I was asking, have they told you why they don't want to switch over? Because if it's a
Yeah.
monetary thing, that's certainly understandable. Not everyone has money they can throw at a new
Sure.
system. Having said that, there are many systems out there that you can download a free copy of their rules.
Yeah.
First comes to mind is Castles and Crusades. You
Player's
can
Handbook
get
is free.
a free copy of the
Mhm.
Player's Handbook from their website, the PDF.
Mhm.
So if it's a money thing, look for free options. See if they'd be open to something like that. If it's just no, we like 5e and we don't want to play anything else. Well, there's really not a lot you can do with that except to maybe modify the rules you don't like to make a house rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul, the GM, I think needs to have
Just-
fun. I think that's like a big misconception about gaming is like some people think that the GM has got to be like that, I guess, thankless job or whatever, and they just have to run whatever the people want to run. But you really got to be involved in like the conversation and and all of that. And like I get it, I mean, sometimes the players don't want to play the exact game that you have in mind, and there's frustrations there, but you got to kind of come to some agreement. Mr. Goetz, it's a combination of money and not wanting to learn something new. So I would definitely push towards something like Shadow
Similar
Dark
but better.
or
Mhm.
or Five
Daggerheart.
Torches Deep.
Shadow Dart. God
or-
damn it, Ken.
Something like that, because
I love it.
it's like because they won't, like with Shadow Dark, the core of 5e is there.
Mhm.
They'll see that and they'll be able to play that, and it'll be easy.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll like catch on the thing with the torches, where it's a timer. So get like a 60-minute sand timer. I know that's more money to spend, but they're like $10 on Amazon. But that, like just get a, and then that's fun. And that's a thing. And I don't know, but I think that's what you got to try and frame it as, is like a dungeon crawl or something, or
It's a hard one.
just to do like a one-shot thing when
That,
there's not enough players to play your regular
that's
game.
your best bet. I think Decato's fix is great. Having your proficiency is how many things you can attune to. I'd recommend giving them something to do with magic items they don't want at higher level. And one good thing you can do with that is have NPCs that could give them favors or magic items. And like if they can figure out which NPC wants this thing the most, they get a better favor, something like that. Some way they could spend those without it just becoming more useless gold pieces, right? But trying to get a group like that to switch, it's tough, man. It's real tough. Your other option is, hey, one of you guys can GM if this is the only system you want to play, and I'll have a great time
Exactly.
rolling up a character.
Yeah,
Yep.
but the flip side of that is somebody will jump in and be like, "Yeah, okay, I'll run this forever," or what,
I don't know. A lot of people
It's
won't.
fine.
I
I mean,
guess.
yeah,
well,
probably
There's
they
a bit of
won't.
a shortage. Yeah,
There's
That's
definitely more players in Game
this,
Masters.
this
out
is
there.
a small segue. That's Roger's psychosis. I've discussed my psychosis many times on this podcast. Roger is very protective of that 4 hours on Sunday. This is his
Yes.
time to run. This is what he is going to
Mhm.
do. Because like we've talked about doing one shots and second games and all that.
Yeah.
Sunday at 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. is Roger's running time, and no one's
Like a
going to
clock.
interfere with that.
Yeah.
So I understand that him talking about that, and I agree. It would bug me if Ken was like, "Hey, I'd like to run this for a couple nights." And we were like, "Yeah, sure." Then Ken starts running. Everyone was like, "Wow, I'm really having a good time in Ken's game, and I don't want to play Roger's game anymore." That is terrible. It's not happened to me, but I have.
Ken,
seen
how
it
dare
happen
you.
before, and it's terrible. See, I'm just trying to put a little
Yeah.
fraction between those two.
yeah.
And the twist was it was Daggerheart.
Yeah. Well, see, then I wouldn't be
Stop
involved.
it!
in
I'm
that
gonna have
at
a
all.
heart attack on the stream here. Well, in my heart. Oh my
So
god.
yeah, so I get what Roger's saying with
Yeah.
that, but but going back to like Takato said, man, if you're not having a good time, if 5e is really not what
Yeah.
you would like it to be, do like he said. Okay, you guys insist on playing 5e. Okay, cool. Who wants to run this week?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I
I mean
know,
you
like
gotta.
when I switched, I basically, I mean, it wasn't like a surprise to them. I had told them as the 5e campaign mine was winding down, I'm like, I am done with this system. Like, I'm not running it anymore. And I had been looking into Castles and Crusades, and I took a couple months off from running games just to take a break, and then I wanted to run something, and I actually tried to go back to 5e, our previous campaign, because there was a couple things I wanted to do with certain characters and stuff.
Mhm.
I just could not get inspired to do anything, and I was talking to one of my players about it, and ironically enough, it was the player that was most skeptical about switching to Castles and Crusades. And he said, "Do you want to try to run a Castles Crusades session?" And I go, "Yeah, I think I do." And I did. And he was one of the players. And we just, I think
Nice.
3 of my guys was able to make it, and we played. And then 3.5 years later, here we are, 76 sessions into a campaign.
It's badass.
Paul, you and I disagree on a handful of things.
That is not one of them.
This right here, I'm 100% behind you on this one.
Welcome to the
Alright.
fold. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. I've made no secret of my disdain for 5e. No exaggeration. 5e made me quit my hobby.
That's what
I
happened to me.
used to
Yeah.
have the entire 3.5 run. That's a serious investment. And I had most of Pathfinder. After playing 5e for a few years, I'm done with this hobby. I sold all of my 5e books. I sold about 90% of my 3.5 books. And then fortunately I met Roger. We started playing DCC and all the other stuff. And I've not ever had to go back to 5e, and I never will again. I don't care what they produce. And really, and we talked about this, I think a week or two ago, WotC. I will never buy another one of their products. They're okay.
Agreed.
End of rant. Sorry, I don't need to go there every single week.
I hear 6E is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I couldn't hold
but-
a straight face for that whole comment.
Right. But here's the thing. It may be.
Yeah,
What if
no,
it
I'm
is?
so far. I
But
don't
the
care.
thing, exactly,
Yeah.
I have
I'm so far
zero
gone.
interest in a system that could very well be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
the
even
damage they've
Joe-
done to me. I've no
Joe is
interest in
saying
it.
3.5. Like I wouldn't even go back to 3.5 for a handful of reasons.
I have
like,
too many
You know.
really great. Now, you and I have talked about that a lot.
Yeah,
High-end
yeah.
3.5
No, we have, yeah.
gets wildly out of control.
Yeah,
I have a ton of great memories playing 3.5.
sure.
I do too, but like
first through-
prepping, it's a nightmare.
It
I think
certainly is.
first through 10th level, it's fine.
Yeah.
First through 10th level, it's fine. Oh, beyond that, it's just
Yeah.
just ridiculous. So
We played
you
up
know-
until like 15th, 16th level, and it was
Earlier
great as
this
a player, but as
you
a
know, we-
game master, all those
Yeah.
games died because they became so much work to prepare.
But
Yeah.
a lot of we were talking about Core Plus One earlier. If you did Core Plus One to 3.5, you got
Right.
yourself a solid
Yes.
game right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to get away
absolutely.
from all that extra stuff
Absolutely.
that came out.
yeah, even Mr. Goats, yeah, great memories playing 3.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, try Shadow Dark. That's like the
Yeah.
closest thing. Try Shadow Dark, and then once you get them into doing, that, then watch our episode where we talk to Ken, and oh boy, here we go.
Let
He
him
does.
let him
He
let him
does.
peddle
There
his
you go.
heroin. He's fine.
There you go. There you go.
First
Mr.
one's
Goats.
free. What's your next subject there, Roger?
Yeah.
So, combat. So,
I don't really have a whole lot of house rules.
what do you
for
got,
combat.
Ken? You got something
It
that's
is what
not
it is.
combat related?
I impose no PvP without everybody's agreement, and it's another one
Yeah.
of those that you shouldn't have to say, but it ends up being a thing with new players. So
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I'm 98% with you.
yeah,
I'm
like-
100% with you.
I don't. I think it should. They made it weird. I think in like Adventurers League, where like you have to have because they worded it all out like, and it was just like,
interesting.
oh, you can do this, but you need to ask permission, and then they need to agree with it, and I mean, it was almost laid out like the sex ed things that they give you in high school now, where it
Yeah.
was like you need like explicit permission and like all of that. And
Mhm.
yeah, no, and I get that. Like for me, like that's on the tin, like from the beginning of the game, is
Yeah.
like everybody's going out. The world's hard enough. You don't need to be against each other. And that's pretty much it. And I haven't really had, I don't think, I'm trying to think if I've ever had an issue. Maybe once, like with maybe back in like the 3.5 days, maybe it was in second edition day or like first edition BX, like that mess of shit days. But I don't just have some people that like thieves that like did the thing where
Steal
like
from the party.
people go down in the hole or whatever, and then the thief goes back out and pulls the rope up and is like, okay, first what you're gonna do is put all your gold in the basket, and then
Put the lotion in the basket.
Yeah,
and then I'll drop the rope down to you guys or whatever, or something like that, and which is like a shitty thing to do. And then they found him and beat his ass. But rightfully
if
so.
everybody agrees that is something they're interested in playing, I'm fine with it. But I'm not gonna facilitate people jumping other people out of the blue because that's not fun.
Has that been an issue? Have you had that as an issue? Is that why you had
random tables? Yeah, and then not as much now that I play with people who are over 25, 30. I think it's younger people who are like, ooh, wouldn't it be funny if
that's the only time I've seen it come up is with like kids and stuff, younger people.
Yeah,
for me it happened a lot. We were playing second edition. This is my first tour in Germany. It's 91. So I was 20, and I was in the military, so everybody at that table was 20 to 24 and in the Army. It's a room full of alphas that live on testosterone. And, the second one guy does something to one guy that his character didn't like, it will immediately spin out of control. And so, my rule was doesn't happen, and you don't act like an asshat to that guy. He's not going to do it to you. We're here to play together, not to get on each other's nerves, but it's difficult. You need to give the players enough freedom to play their character the way they want to play it. But you have to have solid rules where, yes, you're allowed to play your character the way you like, but not to the point where where it begins to infringe on another player's enjoyment of the game. That's like my hard line. And I have not even I've never had that be an issue in 30 years, except my third time at GaryCon. I was running the end, and a guy sat at the table. I was running it for two friends of mine who had signed up, and we had a third player. He was a massive douchebag. Every comment he made was inappropriate. There was a female at the table, and every comment was inappropriate. Oh, it's not me, it's my character. And after an hour of it, I was like, you've got two choices here. You can knock that shit off, or you can leave the table. I don't care either way, because I didn't know him. It meant nothing to me if this guy left. He knocked it off, and after that, the game went fine. But you shouldn't have to do that as a DM. But as the DM, it is your job to adjudicate that. Sometimes you have to do it. So, sorry, but to Ken's PvP thing, I am 100% against PvP. I don't even like PvP in my video games. Those are games I don't want to play. I am so much a team guy that when I start being assaulted by other players, it puts me in a bad zone. And I just don't need that nonsense in my life. So that's me. End of story.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, PvP is bad all the way around. I mean, I agree with that.
It never really ends well.
And I've never really had like a problem with it. I don't think, but
no, we haven't either.
Combat, as far as combat goes, let me do this really quick. So this is, I'm going to post in here, Mr. Goats. This is a copy. This is an invite link to the Chiselheart server, which is Ken's server there. And then, Ken, while I'm talking, can you go on the CNY Facebook page and grab the Discord link?
Yeah.
That's in my weekly post, please. Thank you.
Since there's a pause, can I answer Paul's question?
And I'll put, yeah, sure.
Go ahead, finish what you were saying. I'm sorry to.
So no, I was going to keep going, but yeah, and then I'm going to post an invite to the CNY Discord as soon as Ken grabs it there. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
I don't go to GaryCon anymore. If I were still attending, I would still DM because I did enjoy it. My third time going to GaryCon, I realized that I was not enjoying it as much as I wanted to. And my fourth time going, I realized that it was not so much about celebrating Gary Gygax as it was celebrating Luke Gygax's ego. And so I don't go anymore. I have no interest in going. I would much rather go to the local cons like CNY or MEPA or just my local small cons where I can sit there and play with other people that just want to play D&D.
I think definitely the small cons, and I'm not saying this just because I run a small convention, but I think that small cons are where it's at.
Mhm.
Like the larger conventions, I try to get to at least one a year. And usually only one a year. Usually that's been PAX Unplugged. I didn't go last year. I've been to Page a couple times, and that's starting to outgrow what.
That's why I'm not
what I
going
need it
this
to
year.
be.
Yeah,
and
I went to Page 1 and 2, and I had a good time.
Yeah.
Once.
Page
Page 3 is twice the size of Page 2.
I go. It makes it hard to play, and I think, and I go to. Thank you, Ken. I go to like a larger con for one thing. I go to shop, like to buy stuff because there's a ton of stuff that's there.
I need to get my list to you before you go to Page.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah.
That's the one from the
I thought
Discord.
about buying stuff.
Okay. I don't, and this is the one for the CNY Discord, CNY RPG Con Discord there, which we don't really use a whole lot. I got to try and grow that, but
Dude,
yeah,
that was my second time going to GaryCon, and that was such a massive turnoff for me, man. I was disgusted by that nonsense.
I'm so glad
Yeah.
I've never had to like deal with that directly.
Yeah.
That was my
Yeah.
second GaryCon.
I ran into Satine Phoenix at PAX Unplugged a few years back. She was there, and I had the chance to kind of like see her, like, and I didn't know what to say, like, because I don't really like, I have some of her stuff, but I didn't have it with me or whatever, and like I don't know. The only thing I could think to say was like, I like your movies, but that probably wouldn't have gone over well.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I still don't know who she is. I just remember watching these two douchebags get married, and it was like,
yeah,
it was a circus. And I was like, this is supposed to be holy matrimony. And never mind the religious thing.
She's still in the RPG news.
Don't tell me she's an adult actress.
Oh, she used to be.
She was.
Before she was in the RPG stuff. But she's in RPG news now for stuff. There was a Kickstarter that she was a part of that fell through, and there's a whole thing that's going on with her ex-husband and money for that and everything, and it's hilarious to watch her cry about it. I don't know. Yeah. And then it's I don't know. Anyway, that's a bigger thing. Watch 10 Cars got some updates on that if you want to do that.
And that's a tangent that we need to go down.
Joe. The bigger the con, the more they drift away from gaming. They get into more of sales thing and all of that. Wait, Jason didn't know that. Death Angel, welcome to the party. We'll save that conversation for later.
Yeah. No clue.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah. So some people got their money's worth.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
I went to GaryCon so that I could hang out with Larry Elmore, and so that I could meet Jeff Easley and cry in front of him while I told him how much he meant to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Sad.
So Combat.
That's pretty cool.
Combat house rules. I got a bunch of them. We decided, this isn't really my house rule. This was I let the players vote on this, and they decided right away that they wanted no crits. So there's no crit fails. There's no crit hits. A 20 still hits. Natural 20 still hits. And a natural 1 always misses. But that's it. The players did. Now the players didn't because of things that happened in basic fantasy and whatnot. So, but I don't have critical hits in my game. I don't use them. I know, like Greg Gillespie and Dragon Slayer, he only has crits for players, and I don't like that because I think
But he
if,
has fumbles also, and
I
I'm
thi-
not a fan.
right, and I think if the players are going to get them, then the monsters should get them too. So that's kind of where I am with that. But so we decided no crits. Otherwise, I mean, I like crits, but my current game we don't have crits. You guys got any thoughts or anything else on anything to say on crits?
No, we
House
use them in
rules.
my game. We use them.
Yeah. What do you do? Do you double the result, or do you
No,
roll double dice,
I
or
use because in the Castle Keeper's Guide, there's a bunch of different options,
yep.
and I don't remember the number of the option that we use, but it's basically it's kind of like third edition that you roll a 20, and then you have to roll again, and then you
Yeah.
consult
Verify
the
the
chart, and you can do up to
Oh,
like,
right.
sometimes it's if you roll shitty, like if you roll a 1, it's no crit, it's just a normal hit. It goes up to like max damage, or you get an extra die 4, all the way up to I think like ×4 max damage or whatever. And so we use that.
Yeah. I know
I don't
Talanian
think I
uses that like a D6 chart that you roll
his is but it's also based on what you are for a class.
based on class. Yeah. And it
Yeah.
starts at
See,
like
if you're a fighter
+2
type, you're-
damage or whatever. And like a fighter
Yeah.
can get ×3 and other
Well,
classes.
that's how
can't,
DCC
something
does it.
like that.
Yeah, you've got your crit die, and
Yeah, you've got the crit table,
fighter
yeah.
types get a larger crit die than non-fighters.
Yeah.
I don't
Better
I,
table.
I don't have a problem with crits. George Hardy, I love the way he does crits. If you do crits, you
I actually wrote that
it's-
down. Yeah.
it's
go ahead,
it's
yeah.
the whatever, if it's a longsword, does D8 damage. It automatically does 8, and then you roll the damage die again. So you're doing the maximum weapon damage plus some extra damage. I really like that system.
You only like that because when you roll 2d8s, you get 2 1s.
Yes, and that's the purpose of it. And you are absolutely correct, because I will do. Oh yes, a crit. Oh good, minimum damage again. No, and so I don't. I don't mind the monsters not being able to crit, but I don't care if they do. The thing that I do not like is fumble tables. I don't mind it if the DM's like, okay, if you roll a 1, you fumble, you lose your next attack. You're recovering. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. And I've talked about this before. It bugs the snot out of me, and this is something that happens in Dragon Slayer, and I don't like it. Is I fumbled, but somehow I managed to stab my partner in the back here, and not only did I damage him, I did ×4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is that nonsense? He's wearing full plate mail. This orc's got ratty leather. I missed him, but somehow whacked this guy. I talked about that on one of the way earlier podcasts. I don't mind fumbles. I don't mind crits. I don't want it turning into a comedy of errors, because then it feels out of place, and after a while it starts to feel cruel to me, and I do not care for that. That's all I have to say about that.
What do you guys think about crits?
I'm in favor. I typically, like other things, I try to follow whatever the book has laid out.
Sure.
I think Joe's got a good point here in the chat. Critting for players and not for monsters is similar to the way you do in players win initiative and get to add their dex bonus, because there's way more monsters. So if you just run the numbers on you rolling 35 20-sided dice and us rolling 6 20-sided dice, the crits are going to just destroy us, but it may give us a leg up. And if we ever rolled a 20, it may give us a leg up.
And that might, and that's a good insight. And like, maybe I'll try that, give crits to the players, and but I don't know. Only players should get crits, and only monsters. Now you're getting too crazy, Joe. Only monsters should get fumbles. We should have cool moments because we're characters who tell stories about the game after. I understand what you're saying, and that sounds like some Daggerheart bullshit. That's all I'll say with that.
Heck yeah.
What are you, some kind of leftist?
No, I mean, I get it, Joe. I get what you're saying, but also, like, I want you to know that the people, like the hero, like they're not heroes, like, you know what I mean? Maybe maybe at higher levels or something. But like you're
Also, I'm pretty sure when we leave, Roger does a puppet show of the monsters talking about the battle after.
hey,
So
what are you looking in the window?
I knew
That
it.
would be
What are you
great.
looking in the window?
That's why you're printing all those minis.
Oh my god, I play with them all the time. Yeah, no, I get it. It may, maybe that's something to do. I don't know. If I was going to do the players get crits thing, like I would just do that. Like I wouldn't give monster fumbles, I wouldn't give player fumbles. Like a 1 being a miss. In an
Yeah.
OSR game, a 1 being a miss is bad enough.
Yeah.
Like
I always
like-
go ahead.
Absolutely true.
like what Jason was saying, like I was only gonna do 6 damage with my sword to the orc, but instead I missed and I did 24
Yeah.
damage to my buddy.
I personally don't
Get
play
that
with
reference.
fumbles at all because I find it hard to believe anybody lives to be adventuring age if 1 out of every 20 things they try to do causes them damage.
Yes.
I don't think you make it to Wednesday that
Yes.
way.
Right. No. I agree. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and maybe that's something, Matt was talking about Gamehole Con. Gamehole Con, they do get a lot of people at 7,500. I didn't realize it was that many. But I've heard really good stuff. I've heard really good stuff about Gamehole. So that's definitely on my list to try and get to them. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe the crit thing, like we're definitely going to try some Shadow Dark. So I definitely want to try that for like a month or so, maybe longer, as written the way
Mhm.
that it is. And then maybe do some house rule stuff to it, something like that. So I don't know. I don't mind doing it that way. I don't think, just players only, but for now I want to try it, the way that it lands, and we'll go from there. That's all I had about crits. Monster hit points, I changed that early on to do average hit points. So if it's a D8, it's 5 hit points per thing. And that lets players know how many hit points things have once they know the hit dice. And I don't know. If there's only 1 monster, I'll generally roll it, or I'll have the players roll it, because me, I love having players roll things.
Right.
But usually for that, yeah, Paul, natural ones becoming slapstick every time is exhausting. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. But generally, like for orcs, like I don't want to roll a D8 for every orc. Like, I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like that was kind of fun at one point where like the player rolls 4 damage, right? And now if I'm doing the thing, like we don't know, right? The orc has 5 hit points, so we know he's going to go down to 1. But now he does 4 damage to him. Now I'm going to roll a D8 and see how many hit points he had. So like there's a good chance you can kill him.
Mhm.
No, there
So, well, you know what I mean. So it's an interesting thing where like, oh boy, he could be at, he could be dead. He could be at 1. He could be at 4. What like we don't know. Like and then I roll and we find out. Like I don't know. There's something to be said about that. I don't know, but that just got to be too much with
Yeah.
sometimes the
You're,
amount
you're,
of
you're
energy.
you're fighting a dozen frost giants. Frost giants are 9, 11 hit dice.
Right now I got to roll all that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
now it's 11. 11 times 12
Right.
and adding all this. Yeah, it gets real tedious.
Right. So that's why I'm just saying let's average it and move
Right.
on.
And that goes to the prep time. It's like, okay, here are the monsters. Let's have the fight. Or here are the monsters. Hang on. I got to roll these hit points first. Give me a second. You
Yeah.
guys go take a leak and I'll get this
Yeah.
done eventually. That's
Yeah, right. But yeah, so that's generally what I do is I just use the average. What do you guys do anything like that, Ducato? In yours, you roll randomly for every monster, or
Not every like random. I will roll randomly for monsters, but there's also monsters that I don't roll randomly for it that I want to make stick around a little bit longer or just be a little bit tougher to bring down. I'll either give them like max hit points, maybe he's the boss or whatever, or
Okay.
I change it up, and this may get me hung in some circles, but sometimes I just keep giving them hit points.
Yeah.
They'll be battling, and I mean, I'm not doing this to like put the screws to the players or the party, but I want, like, if it's something like that was meant to be a challenge and it's not a challenge, it's not presenting then really a challenge. I'll be like, okay, I want this thing to have one more round.
Mhm.
That's it. They're going to kill it at the end of that round, but it's going to get one more round, and then it does whatever
Yeah.
it's going to do. I may be successful or not, but it got that round, and then they kill it. I do that, but I do a lot of things with monsters that maybe other people don't do. So maybe they do. I don't know. I give some monsters or bad guys in general, I give them class levels. Sometimes that was one of the things I loved most about
Yeah.
3rd edition. They fought a Drider recently that had like 7 levels worth of fighter levels too, along
Interesting.
with its wizard stuff that
Nice.
they can do. And he just was a tougher adversary, you know. They're early on in the campaign, they were dealing with like this bugbear warband that was sent down as like a precursor to this whole army that they're now learning about. And the bugbear chieftain had like 10 fighter levels. Like he was a badass. And then they eventually killed him, but like he was very tough.
Cool.
I've almost murdered, actually another time it would have been a TPK. They fought an orc that had fighter levels. Yeah, fighter levels. And he dropped 2 characters and probably would have dropped the other ones if Zephyr here in the comments hadn't made a friggin' Hail Mary shot from across this set of ruins and hit him with an arrow.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, it was well done. It was
Nice.
awesome. He
Nice.
actually took because I use the advantages as another house rule, like the optional advantages, like they're basically like mini feats that are in the CKG.
Hmm.
And we use those. And he had actually taken the one that allowed him greater range with his bow, and because otherwise he never would have hit the friggin' thing.
That's great.
And but he had taken that and he shot this thing, and it literally was just enough to drop him, and because he would have killed my
But-
son's character and the mage, and then he probably would have been able to kill the other players as well because they were all pretty rough shape. But
But, you know, fight encounters like that, fights like that, those are the memories that like we'll look back like 20 years later and be like, do you remember that time? And you know, and like, you know, the orc's got 2 fallen characters at his feet. He's getting ready to smite another one. Arrow comes out of nowhere and hits him in the trachea. Falls over, grasping, you know, gurgling and falls over. And everybody's like, oh, thank God. You know, that, and, you know, then the ranger or the fighter with the bow is up on the hill going, you know,
Yeah.
he
gets
did great.
the 80s pun in.
But yeah, I do that with the monsters. But yeah, like for a lot of stuff, I'll just randomly roll whatever their hit points are.
Yeah.
I like doing that.
Yeah, like I said, it's just easier for me. I just go with, you know, average, and then I think it makes it a little bit easier on the players too, where they know like what the hit points are, so they can say, okay, you know, we just got to do this much and this much. You know, these guys.
I don't want them to know that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
try and
do.
give
Yeah.
I try and give them a little bit of advantage, you know.
Well, you know, sometimes it makes a difference, but like we proved Sunday, you know, we had 20 spiders. We knew they had 20 hit points or 12 or whatever. In fact, I think it was 12 hit points. It doesn't matter. But, you know, we knew how far we had to go. And I was just watching players drop and watching spiders slowly drop. And I was like, we're dead. You know, sometimes it does not matter.
Yeah.
True.
What else? Combat. Got anything else for combat?
Yeah, like one of the guys there brought it up. Like I changed in CNC how undead work. I've talked about this before.
Oh yeah.
Basically took the rules from Hyperborea and they do ability point drain instead of level drain. It's easier to adjudicate at the table, and it's just as scary when you tell somebody that they got to roll 2d4 and that's how many, or I actually roll it and I'm like, oh, you lost, you know, 6 points of like constitution all at once, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, and it does it on every hit, but I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
random
scary.
like it does for damage.
Is
but-
it
Yeah.
is it permanent or does it recover over time?
So how it works in Hyperborea and I again use the same rule is I think it comes back like 1 point every hour.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Except for the last point, that has to be done with a spell. You have to get
Okay,
like
cool.
restoration.
Well, I like that because that makes it matter during that combat. You're like, oh crap,
Yeah.
I just lost 9 points of Constitution,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the fight's over. Okay, I need to rest, guys.
Mhm.
You know, and so then
Yeah,
the next
'cause-
morning you get up and you can fight. Yeah, a little winded. I don't feel too hot, but I can still perform. I
Yeah,
like
you're still
that's cool.
feeling it, and
Yeah.
and I've had fight. I don't remember what they were fighting now, but there was one where it was happening enough, or maybe it was poison. I don't remember. It was happening. Their constitution was getting adjusted enough where they had to adjust their hit points too, because they were like
Mhm.
losing bonus points
Yes.
for having a high con. So I much prefer. I've never liked level drain, even as a kid playing games, as both a player and a game master. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to me, for
Yeah.
one, and it's also more of a pain in the ass to figure out at the table when it happens.
Yeah.
And it's just easier to be like, yeah, you lose 6 points of, in Hyperborea, it's usually either strength or constitution you lose. So it's like, oh, you lose 6 points of, strength. And they're like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's not a bad way
good.
of doing it.
We did
no.
sorry, go ahead, Roger. I keep interrupting. I'm really sorry about that.
No,
Go ahead.
it's all right. We were doing I think like level drain, and then basically you just get a -1 for every level, right?
Yeah,
That's drained.
that's
and
an
then
easy way
we
to
were
do it.
We were doing that it takes a week to recover.
but
Like
but
that, like one.
we
at
also
a time.
we weren't doing level drain. We were playing basic fantasy, and we were encountering monsters that could level drain. And one day after the game, I was like, Roger, I need to talk to you about this because I was playing my cleric. And I was like, I don't have a problem with level drain. I have a problem with the way it's being handled in basic because we're fighting a 3-hit die monster that can level
Yeah.
drain. I can't cast whatever the recovery spell is. I've forgotten.
Restoration or
Restoration.
whatever.
Yeah.
Restoration, lesser restoration, is a 4th level spell. I had to be 7th level to counter something that a 3rd level monster can do.
Yeah.
And it's bad enough it has to be hit by silver or magic weapons, which we do not possess. It was just wildly off balance to me. So, and Roger was like, "Yeah, I think you're right." And I'm paraphrasing, of course. He was like, "Yeah, I think you're right." So what we did was it didn't level drain, even if in fact it did level drain, but it recovered. It's like 1 level a week or something like
Something like that. We did.
you got the level back. But, it was enough to make it sting and make you want to be careful without being like, well, I'm just going to throw this character away and write another one up because why would I waste my time?
Mhm.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
As written, I mean, if you don't have access to a cleric, and you might not even have it, even if you did, you might not be able to afford to have that spell
Sure.
Right.
cast.
Right.
Like level drain
Crazy.
is punishing. Like, why
Yes.
would I just don't think like the hit of a monster should cost me 50,000 experience points.
That's right.
Right.
I'm just throwing a number out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Paul just
it's
nailed it.
nonsense.
Exactly right. Yeah.
It hit me
And
so hard I forgot my spells.
Right.
yeah, it's stupid. So
Well, and
I've
like-
never, like I said, never liked it, and it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. And 3rd edition, they changed it to ability point drain, and I thought that was great. And then when I saw the rules in Hyperborea, when I started looking through Hyperborea, which is just an awesome game anyway,
Yes.
I would, which I'll get into because I have more stuff that I've stolen from it. I'm like, that makes more sense, and it's easy for me to figure out at the table, and it's just as scary as losing. I think it but makes more sense. Like it makes more sense that a vampire is sucking your constitution down than making you stupid enough that you forget how to cast spells or swing a
Right.
sword or what. It's dumb. I think it just works better.
Yeah, and like in my campaign, like all it does is because of the way I handle gold for XP, like draining XP would just drain your wallet.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
They're thieves.
So the vampire is like literally stealing from you,
Yeah.
like your money.
You son of a bitch. That's 50,000 gold.
Yeah.
I don't care about the 2 holes you're putting on
Crazy.
that. That 10,000 gold you took from me, though, we're gonna have
Yeah.
some troubles.
You know how many giants I had to kill to save that up?
Yeah.
It was a lot, let me tell you.
Yeah, Rooster. There's a ton of stuff on Death, Dying, Bleeding Out. I I tried to simplify everything. -10 for me is dead. And if
Yep,
you go,
same.
if you're at 0, you are unconscious. If you go into negative numbers, you still roll into initiative, and on your turn, you go down a -1. You go down, you lose another hit point, and you have until you get to -10, and you're dead. And that gives people time to be able to try and do like a healing spell or a stabilization.
I do
At stage
somewhat
capitals,
similar.
robber barons.
I use the right from CNC. Negative at -7 you start actually bleeding out. So like every
Yeah,
round
I just
you're-
have them bleed out a thing. That's like I don't like the way that CNC does that.
I think like the way you do it is more like the way AD&D did it, which I think is
Yeah.
fine. Like I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I do with healing and stuff. One of the rules I use, again, I took it from Hyperboreer after I heard Jeff explain the reason why he did this. He changed it. Was instead of the traditional, you get 1 point of healing a day. Okay. He gives every class gets their hit die, 1 hit die worth of healing overnight. And his reasoning for that is because traditional natural healing, for whatever reason, well, the way it works actually favors like your weakest characters, like your
Right, 'cause
wizard
it's a
with
higher
his
percentage of their
fucking 10 con.
total. Yeah.
He's going to get more of his hit points back with that
Mhm.
weak healing. Whereas if you do their hit die, the fighter, whatever they have in Hyperboreer is maybe a D10, I guess. He gets a D10 where the wizard would get like a D4. Like that makes way more sense. And you get a little bit more healing, So I adopted that rule as well for my guys.
Yeah. That's going to be
Games.
like my biggest issue, I think, with Shadowdark is Shadowdark is based on 5e. So you do a full night's rest and you recover 100% of your hit points.
The thing I'll say with that though is, and I've had people ask me the same thing about Dragonbane because Dragonbane does that as well. I don't mind it as much because you don't have as much.
You don't have as many,
hit
right?
points.
Sure.
You don't have as many hit points. Whereas in 5e, you can have a character with over 100 hit points.
Right.
He gets fucking incinerated by an ancient red dragon, and he takes a long nap, and he's fine the next day. Nonsense,
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't mind it with games with like lower hit points, like Dragonbane. You don't typically. I play an ogre fighter. I have 17 hit points.
Mhm.
So to get them all back the next day, I'm fine with that. I did not like it. I hated it in 5th edition. Like those were like the first rules I read that I remembered where I was just like, what? I used them, but I did not enjoy it.
That's one of the house rules I forgot until you mentioned that, which was if you want, like in either of those games, if you want something that feels better, and I might recommend that we try this in your home world if we're doing Shadowdark. If you're in the wild, you can only short rest and only once per day. And if you're in a city, you can long rest, but only once per week.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there's no short rest in Shadowdark.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a long rest.
Yeah, there's no.
It's basically
there's
an
none of
8-hour
that.
rest.
Get rid
You
of that.
recover all
nonsense.
your hit points. Yeah.
Short
Nice.
rest in 5e is awful.
And I want to
It's
try
weird,
it. I want to
awful.
try it. I want to try and run it as written in the world, run it as written and see what happens. And then after like 5 sessions or whatever, we'll have
Yeah,
a,
you can start to make
we'll
the only
have a talk.
the only house rule I would make on well, I have 2 actually, but when it comes to healing and stuff like that, and Rooster alluded to it, we did it in our 5e games. We started doing it, was keeping our death saves like secret. I started doing that in our games, and as a player, my character goes down, my turn come up, they make your death save. I'm like, yep, I did. Or I made my roll.
You made the roll,
but I never gave the result. So people didn't know. So you kept that tension. I would do the same thing in Shadowdark where they have the death saves. The only difference is
Well, it's the 1d4 plus your con rounds left.
But what
right?
but what I would do
Roll it in
and
secret?
how I will do it when I run it is, as the game master, I'm going to roll the D4 and I'm not going to
Yeah.
tell anybody the number. So they have no idea how much time they have
Right.
to
They
get
just
to
got
their
to run over and get
companion.
it. Yeah.
Because in 5e, the way it was written, and I saw this a lot, was before we changed it, people would game it. They'd be like, well, he's got at least a couple
He's got so many
rounds.
rounds. Yeah, you're right.
And they would just, instead of it being like, holy shit, my friend is down, like you wouldn't be like, I mean, there would be certain circumstances where you would have to be like, have to ignore them. But like, for the most part, you're going to be like, we need to get to him. Even if you had to ignore him, you're like, somebody needs to get to him. Whereas you can't game it as much. So I would do that if that made sense to anybody
Yeah.
in the chat.
Yeah,
Or
and
everyone.
you know, in real life, there are times in real combat, and be clear here, this is not my experience. I saw combat. I was not an infantryman. I didn't see that level,
Mhm.
but I have read many accounts of guys watching their buddy fall next to them, and you've got a choice. Your primary mission is to engage the enemy. That is what you are supposed to do. But this is my friend. This is my comrade in arms. It is a human instinct to sling my rifle and help this guy, because it takes a certain level of will, which most people do not possess, myself included, to ignore this guy who is wailing because his chest is full of holes, and engage this guy. There's plenty of people out there that are still fighting. This man needs help. So yeah, it bugs me when players are like, he's got 4 rounds, he'll be fine. Dude, your friend's dying. Okay,
Mhm.
that's not to be taken lightly. But that's we talked about me being not meta, but taking the role seriously and all that. And not everybody does. For a lot of people, it's just a paper with numbers on it. So that's just different kinds of play style. But it's if you want any level of realism, as soon as your buddy drops, you need to be thinking about helping that dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, obviously it's you can only take this simulation so far or whatever, I mean,
Right.
that's part of it. In a game, I mean, obviously, and I don't know, like for me, like rolling that die and like keeping track of it behind this, like, again, that's one more thing that I don't want to track. I want the player to track it, and
I just like basic systems where I like the -10 thing. I like you
Yeah.
lose a point per round. Doing death saves and all that. It's just more
So
mechanics that aren't needed.
So Shadow Dark, there's no negatives. You go to 0,
You're
and
down.
then you roll a D4 and add your Constitution modifier, and that's how many rounds you have. before
Okay,
you're
so you could have 1
I
to
like that.
7.
Yeah.
And you're
Okay.
going to roll. The difference though is you have to get up. You have to roll a
it's a
20.
DC.
Hmm.
Well, yeah. Then every round you roll a D20, and if you roll a 20, you
You're
pop
up.
up with 1 hit point.
I think so.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
I've seen that happen
but
once.
someone
playing it.
can stabilize you with I think
DC
it's a
15
DC
medicine check
15, yeah,
or
medicine check.
intelligence check.
So we used to do that in 3.5, where like you would count down till you get to -10, but every round you get to roll a die. If you roll a 20, you popped up with 1 hit point. Which, I mean, I don't know, the rarity that it actually would happen, and then plus, like, what are you going to do? Like, if something killed you, like the last thing you want to do is, pop up with 1 hit point.
Yeah. So
I had a player do that.
Round.
I had a player get killed twice in the same combat. He got dropped, brought back up, and decided to stand right next to the Durgar champion that dropped him the first time. Stood up right next to him, and he was like, "Oh, well, there you are," and dropped him again. He lost 2 Constitution points in 1 battle.
It's nice to see that I'm not the only one that Paul calls out.
But, yeah, I
Don't
think
worry,
that's the only
Paul. We're
rules I
going to
have
do an
on
episode.
dying
We're
and
going to do
stuff.
an episode on. We're doing an episode on alignment, but we need somebody that actually cares about alignment, because
Yeah.
none of us give a crap.
Nah, it's not
I
true.
like
Wait.
alignment.
Wait.
But we're going to save that
Yeah.
for the discussion.
We'll save it for the.
I mean, I go either way, but in my D&D games, I like it.
So, sorry. Go ahead, Ken.
I was going to say, I've got another I have a house rule, but it's not exactly combat. I just think it fits before end of session. I think where we're
Okay,
going
yeah.
next, right?
I got a spell
Um,
casting one, so
Nice.
I have a combat one.
I have a house rule where if the party does a major favor for somebody or saves them or whatever as an NPC, I just give them that NPC on an index card, and if it could at all make sense, they can call them in for that favor at any scene in the game. That could be combat,
Okay.
or that could be in a shop, like they're trying to buy something. Well, maybe my rich friend walks in and helps me buy this.
Yeah.
And since I did the favor, yeah, you can spend that favor that way. It keeps me having to
That's
keep
cool.
track of like. all
But
kinds
the
of weird
important
threads
part of
and
that
stuff.
is as long as it makes sense.
Has
you
to
know,
make sense.
The
yeah.
merchant that you
That's
saved
right.
is not going to appear in the 5th level of the dungeon to fight the ogre for you.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
makes complete sense.
Yeah.
He'll most certainly
Well-
give you that sword hanging on the wall because you saved his life.
yeah.
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 Cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Death Angel, if you want to come on and talk about alignment, we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
And Edgelord wanted to be in that conversation.
Edgelord wanted to be in that conversation too. Yeah.
But he likes
I'll just sit
alignment.
quietly
Or
in the
he
corner.
doesn't like alignment. So
Mine I had that I said in the combat thing was Shadow Dark, and this is not a house rule that I plan to use right away unless it really is a problem. But a lot of people have said because Shadow Dark is a roll to cast system, and if you fail the roll, you lose the spell. A lot of people, what they do is they have a rule that says you keep the spell until you've cast it at least once.
That was something. Ducato, didn't you say that?
We did that.
Yeah.
Ducato did that. Greg, Chubby Funster, Greg Christopher mentioned that.
I think Bloodsworth said that too.
Blood, yeah. There's a handful
Yeah,
of people
I like
that have used that because it's like, I've heard stories of games where like your first level and you have 3 spells
Mm-hmm.
and you go to cast
We
magic
whiff
missile
them all.
and you fail because in order to cast magic missile, it's a DC 11 because 10 plus the tier,
Mhm.
so it's 1
Yeah.
11. Well, you fail it, and then you fail on your second one, and then you fail on your mage armor, and it's like, oh, the wizard tried to cast 3 spells and didn't do anything.
The
Yeah,
one modification I've seen to that rule is they kept it to first level spells only. We didn't do that, but I've seen that suggested, and might not be a bad. I don't know,
yeah.
but
And so
I
that
thought it
might
was a
be
pretty decent
something-
rule.
That might be something that I add if we need to. Like I really want to try, and like Matt says, a priest loses healing right away and you're screwed. Like I definitely want to try it. The way that's written and go from there. And if it's a problem right away, then that's one of those things that I would house rule. Right away. I don't think it breaks
Yeah.
the game that much. But other than that, I really do want to try and run it as close to written as possible to see how it's going to go before we make changes to it.
That's the best way to do it. Like I see all the time, like Dragonbane, which it bugs the hell out of me because I think that's basically, to me, it's like a near perfect rule system. I'll see people on like the fan Facebook page, and they've never even played the fucking thing, and then they're like, "Oh, what about if I do this and I do that?" And I'm like, "Why don't you just play it like it's written for a while and
Play
then
the game
start making
first, right?
changes?"
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I remember some people doing that or like trying to do that with
Drives me nuts.
all sorts of stuff that was like, oh, this works and we can just use this. And I remember people playing the Shadowrun, and I think it was the 5th or the 6th one that they came out, and like before they even started playing, he like changed everything. It was like, oh, we're gonna use the magic system from this Shadowrun, and we're gonna take this and change this, and like it was just a whole thing. Yeah, no luck mechanics to mitigate things. Some people use luck tokens. I'll probably still use luck tokens. I'll probably have that. Oh, that's right. In Shadow Dark, you can only have the 1 luck token. That's right. Yeah, I haven't seen the episode yet. I haven't seen the latest one. So I gotta watch it at some point or listen to it. But yeah, what else? Combat house rules. You guys got anything?
Combat. I again pirated for the most part Hyperborea's weapon specialization.
Okay,
I like
yeah.
that it. I like that it. I don't give it. I only give it to the fighter. I really like that Castle Crusades
Sure.
is very good about not bleeding over stuff from class to
Yes.
class. So the specialization is the fighter's thing. In Hyperborea, it's like all the martial classes get it. Some get it better, like the fighter gets it more than others. He can have more specializations, but I like the fact that in the Hyperborea version, it increased their number of attacks, which it doesn't do in CNC.
Do you go to
so I-
3-2?
yeah, like they'll go even higher if like I have one fighter in the part, one
Hey,
straight
some
up fighter in the
people
party.
won't use. Some people will skip
What's the
3-2 and
max?
5-2.
Yeah, we do 3-2.
What's
We do
that, Ken?
3-2.
I
That's
was
where he's
gonna
at
ask,
now, actually.
What's the max on that? Like 6, 7?
No,
It
3-1.
depends.
3-1.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rich is right.
3-1 is the max.
I actually I haven't implemented it yet, and I don't have it. It wouldn't matter because I don't have anybody that is playing one, but I really like Adventures Dark and Deep, the Bard, with its knife throwing ability. Because a 7th level Bard with an 18 dex can throw like 6 daggers in a round. I'm like, I just think that's cool. But yeah, what is the
Kill a lot of spiders with 6 attacks.
That's right. I like it because the weapon specialization, just because the fighter doesn't, I mean, he gets some stuff, but it really hasn't lopsided our combat at all. Well, I mean, it's made some of their adversaries tougher that I gave fighter levels to, because they also got like
that's fair.
specialization and stuff. But
Yeah, right.
yeah, like in Hyperborea only goes to 12th level. The best you're going to get is 2 and 1, because even if you take Grand Mastery, it boosts your to hit and damage, but it doesn't change your rate of attack. So the best you'll get with a melee weapon is 2 and 1.
No, in
7th.
Hyperborea, I
Yeah.
thought you can get to 3-1.
No,
I thought you can get to
Not-
5-2 and then 3-1.
no. With
Oh, maybe
ranged
that's
weapons,
the- Maybe it's
Ranged
the archer,
weapons
yeah,
you
that I'm doing
can.
with the bow. Yeah, maybe that's
but
what I'm thinking
with
of. Okay.
Because you already
Table
get 2 attacks.
135, yeah.
Okay.
Master
All right.
master rate for 7th to 12th level character is 2-1.
Okay.
But the ranged weapons, like bow, like a master rate's 5 and 2. That's the highest.
Death Angel wasn't luck concept. Something that started with D20 modern is advantage, disadvantage, or both. I don't know, because I thought we did like luck tokens in 3.5. That was like as a house rule type of thing. So I don't know where that started.
Disadvantage and advantage came. I don't remember. It was come out before that, I think. But I
Advantage,
think they had it.
disadvantage, I know is accredited to 5th, but that's what named it that.
System had that. Right.
But
there was other systems that
Other
did
systems
that
used
before
it,
that.
and they would just say roll twice and take the better one or whatever. 5e was the thing that they like really codified it and said, okay, if you have any kind of bonus on something, it's advantage, and that's it. Use that. But yeah, I'm not sure. What else you got, Stan? Anything else for combat house rules that you use?
Combat. I think that's it. That off the top of my head, I think that's it.
I don't have a whole lot left. What
I mean,
so
little things, but I changed like the Ranger and CNC a little bit, but
oh boy, you and Jason can have that discussion for about 3 hours.
no, I mean I changed their prime as wisdom, because most of his abilities are wisdom based. Strength, strength was chosen. It had nothing to do with the class. It had everything to do with how many characters they'd already given, how many classes they'd already given wisdom as a prime.
And that's just the lamest reason to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I changed that, and I changed how favorite enemy works. It's not, you have to be, like, specifically pick like a hill giant. It's giants. Like,
Giants,
okay,
sure.
I'm good at fighting giants.
Yeah.
Or whatever you pick. It doesn't have to be, I'm good at fighting undead because I know a lot about undead. I've studied it. It's not just zombies. which is going to be useless in
Sure.
your 15th level.
Yeah, right.
'Cause you're just
Yeah,
going to wipe the floor with them
I
anyway.
would definitely use that too to be a broader thing. I mean, I wouldn't
It was
say
too
it's a
narrow
specific
before.
thing. Yeah, yeah, um, yeah. So that's it really for combat, I guess, right? Um, I got really nothing. The only other house rule that's kind of like a house rule is I don't let people really do shopping or leveling up until like the end of a session or the beginning of a, or like if you show up early type of thing. But that's that's I mean, I try not to. I mean, it's hard to prevent that always from happening because people might need stuff or whatever.
Some
but,
shopping, but not like
um,
unless I have a specific like NPC I want them to interact with if they're going shopping. Like we just kind of
Yeah.
gloss through it, but
yeah, right. I try and
but
get
I do
people to
that
at the
sometimes.
end or
Is
whatever,
I'll
yeah.
make like somebody that I want, a character that I want them to meet or something, and be like, oh, okay, I want to go see this guy. I'm like, oh, great, let's go do it.
Yeah, I don't know, Paul. I could see 4E being like an anime miniatures game.
Yeah, it's just not D&D.
Yeah, that would have worked out. So I think you got a point there. But you could just get draw steel now. That'll pretty much cover your 4E needs.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
So, or he's got what, Crack the Sun or whatever, I think is I don't know if it's still on Kickstarter, but that's there. But yeah. Yeah, no, Death Angel, no leveling up in the middle of the session. They got to make it back to town in order to level up. No.
As soon as I hit that 5th orc, I suddenly got 8 more.
5th orc, we got to pause combat for 45 minutes so you can look up what your hit die is. Like, no, man, I don't know.
I've got
I don't know.
2 more items that are on my list.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of them leads to the other. So the first is I used to have a house rule in 5e of no flying creatures as player races, and
okay, all right.
And it was, I think, because I wasn't as experienced of a DM at the time, and if I was using modules, they all kind of assumed you couldn't fly, right?
Yeah. So what has that expanded to? No player, no PC races with any keywords.
No,
that seems to be the logical progression.
No hopping, no flying. It can't swim. No, I open it up to whatever's in the book, and I just DM around it. But then the next item the last item on the list is something that we haven't talked about. Too many house rules. If you I don't know if you guys feel like
Yes.
this. I guess I'm addressing the audience.
Yep.
If you're doing a list of a dozen or more house rules to your game to make it work,
You're
probably
playing the wrong
just,
system.
yeah, you're just playing the wrong game. Go find the right game and play that. So
That happened to me. That exactly happened to me. I started. I was running. I was still running my 5th edition game, but it was coming towards the end, and I was like, okay, there is so many things with this system that I'm not happy with, and I still have it. I started this Google Doc sheet, and I just started typing out, "This is not happening." And I mean, I only hit 2 pages, and I was like, I need to find a different game. Like this is too many. This is too much
2
crap.
pages. That's a lot of rule changes. That's an errata.
This is gone. This is gone.
Look,
It was all that. It was like gone. Gone.
Stan,
like,
you're probably the only other one that's seen this, but you go look up some of Joe the lawyer's stuff and look at his house rules for 5e, and it's like not even 5e anymore. And he's got this book that he's printed out, and it's like it's like 1.5 times as big as the DCC book. Like it's got like 400 pages, and he's just gonna print it as his own game now.
Yeah,
like that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna edit it.
So
But
the funny thing about that is I'm
rules.
supposed to help him two things. I offered to help play test that game. So next year at ShireCon, I think
Nice.
we're gonna try to, and then this year at ShireCon, I should say, and then this summer he's supposed to start an online game with like Eric Tenkar and a bunch of other guys, and I might actually play in that. I might break my if I can work it into the schedule. We haven't talked about it, but he invited me to play, so I may I want
Cool.
to take him up on that.
Have you seen it when he's?
I really
pulled that book
appreciate
out
the
on
invite.
stream?
I've seen that, and then I was hanging out with him at ShireCon last year, and I threw it out there. I said, "Hey, I got a Thursday night group. We play all sorts of different games. If you need a play tester for that, I'd be more than happy to bring it back." And we play it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that'd be cool." And then I was watching one of his videos one day, and he was talking about his game, and then he was like, "Yeah, this summer I'm gonna run a game," and he was listing off the people that he was going to get to play. And then at the end, he's like, I might even get Decado to play. And I was like, what? Did he just say what? And I had to go back and like rewind it. I was like, he didn't say my name.
I got a
I was
shout
like, well,
out.
I'm
Awesome.
like, God, I'm like, I have to play now. Like, I want to, like, it sounds like it would be fun. So,
no flying, riding, swimming, yada. Paul, he's talking to Mr. Goats. The aspect game design needs serious focus. Games are easier to run, spread the responsibilities of the group. And that's something, Mr. Goats, like, we was talking earlier about trying to get a different game, to play with this group. And like, that's, I think maybe a lot of people don't realize that there's other games out there and there's other like that are easy to play. Like they're not as complicated as 5e. Like if you go to switch to like Shadow Dark or Dragonbane or whatever it is, right? Like it's not like this huge rule set that's like 5e that you got to try and relearn. It's
so much simpler.
Much simplified thing. Yeah.
What's funny too, maybe, if he gets to try, if he gets to Shadow Dark and maybe get some guys to play it and get them to maybe, if they can, just give him a chance and let it play for a little bit, because one of my players that I have, my buddy Dave, he was the most skeptical player that I had about switching to Castles and Crusades. He didn't think it was going to be, because he was so used to, I think, like 5e with, the characters all have like a laundry list of things they can do. He thought everything was cookie cutter and everything like that. And he's like, I'm not sure. He says, but I'm going to give it a try. And he played it. And then over a little bit of time, he became like the biggest advocate for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he doesn't want to switch whenever this campaign ends. He started actually saying because we were playing in guys in the group are running 5e campaigns, and he's like, oh, we should just switch all our games to Castles and Crusades. And one day he came to me and he was like, we were talking, and he's like, you were right about all your complaints with 5e. And I'm like, well, I mean, it was just you see things from different perspectives, right? You have the game master perspective, which the load is more on the game master than it is a player. And then the players, like, 5e is great for players because it's a very player-facing game. Like, everything is done for the players, like they don't do crap for DMs in 5e. Like, it's not that good of a system, in my opinion, through playing it a lot. So hopefully your guys will at least grant you enough. I have issues with that with players that will be like, this is a little bit of a tangent, that are like, I only want to play 5e. Well, are you running the game? No, then shut up. Like, obviously you have some input in what you guys want to play, but I think I think it's a mistake to only play one game system.
Yeah.
And two,
definitely.
I think it's a little bit disrespectful to your game master who has to put in the bulk of the effort and time in making these games happen, to not grant him a little bit of like, hey, I want to play this.
Right. A few weeks of a game that he wants to play. Yeah.
And on top of that, I would want to play anything that I would be more inclined to play anything that my game master is enthusiastic about running. Like I'm playing on Friday night. We're playing in my Friday night group. We're playing Daggerheart. Daggerheart is not my favorite system. Like, it's not a system I yearn to play. But my GM, my friend Brendan, he's an excellent game master, so I know the game's going to be fun. But like, he really wants to run this. He has an idea for this Daggerheart Eberron, and I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not doing that. So it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an issue with players that are like that, and I thankfully don't have players like that. But I
Yeah.
understand that people do. I see it
Probably
all the
not
time.
on accident, right? I
Yeah,
think after
no,
a
and then-
very
while,
true.
as a GM, you kind of learn like I'm just not going to play with this person. This one,
Exactly.
you won't be invited to the next game because you're not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like I played that Feng Shui there the other day. I had no idea what that was about. I think I'd heard of it, but my friend Kirk, who was the guy that introduced me to Call of Cthulhu, actually gave me the opportunity to play in the best campaign I've ever played in my life. And I know he's a really good game master. He wanted to run it for a one shot. I was like, hell yeah, I'll play that. And I had a great time. 80s action hero, played a cyborg from the future. It was freaking awesome.
That's pretty cool.
I had a blast.
Yeah, and no, I think we discuss this in other episodes and stuff. I mean, a lot of it's the GM, like you said,
Yeah. Yeah.
and like I would never consider like playing Daggerheart or whatever, and then Ken, Ken is running it, and Ken's been in my game, and he's been cool about stuff, and he's a good GM, so he's like offered to run it at some point. So there's some point like I'll try it, just to say, hey, I tried it, and see where it goes. But I mean, it's only because it's Ken, like I would never sign up for a game, or anything like that.
I agree.
Ever,
I agree. Like if somebody else came up to me that I didn't know as well, and definitely didn't know how good of a game master they were, and said, "Hey, I want to run Daggerheart," I'd be like, I'm good, man, or I'm busy that night or
Yeah.
whatever. But my friend, who I know is awesome, one of the best game masters I've ever got to play with, and it gives me an opportunity to play around in the Eberron setting because I like different settings. So I'm like, I have no idea if Eberron would be my cup of tea all the time, but it's different enough where you get that juice of like, oh, this is something different, like we're doing like a noir style game with this whole system. And first session was fun. I mean, it's more because of who I'm playing with, not so much the system, but
I want to cover a couple of Mike's comments here.
Mike,
it's funny that you mention that because Ken and I were talking. Ken and I were talking Sunday night, and I told him that if he ran a My Little Pony game, I would play it or something like that, right?
Well, I think it did come up.
And that was hilarious. So yeah, if you run a My Little Pony game, I will play it. Absolutely, Mike. Absolutely. But this other comment, I want to address this. Had a problem with his last game. He tried Final Fantasy Flight Star Wars. Starter set, one player left for he finished. He didn't like it. I get that people don't like it, the dice thing and all that. I ran it for a couple of years, and it has its issues, the proprietary dice thing and all of that. Impulse is nonsensical complexity to the system, but to have a player leave before the first session finished,
that guy's a douchebag.
That I mean, there you go. It's just like, why, like, see it through, right? I mean, is a game that bad? Like, I get it if you're only playing like a one shot or something like that, or you're at like a con game and like that's not going a direction you wanted or whatever, and like and you leave. I mean, I don't like that idea either, really. But if you're at somebody's house and you're playing in a game and you committed to a game, usually it means you're going to play a few sessions, but at least get through one session and then afterwards be like, hey, sorry, this game's not for me, and then go. Like, I mean, walking out, like, unless the game is real, I mean, it would have to be epically bad. Yeah, Paul. Yeah.
Like I played in and I've talked about this before, but like at ShireCon, I played in Against the Dark Master, and that is not a game for me. It is just way too crunchy. I'm not into that style of game. And I enjoy that? No, I didn't enjoy that game. I was appreciative of the effort the guy put in, and the game master was fine. It's just not the system for me. But like, I don't know, I think I can like buckle down for like a couple hours and be like, okay, I'm just going to grunt my way through this system. I'm not going to be disrespectful to the guy and like just leave his table and be like, I don't know, that's just not me. Now, if the guy was a dickhead or something and being a dickhead to the players, I'd be like, yeah, see ya.
Oh yeah.
But
Yep.
but like if I just because I don't like it, and you're not even like that guy, I've talked to Mike about this.
Yeah.
That guy didn't even give it an honest chance. Like,
Sure.
you know, like my buddy's a good example. Like he played, you know, it wasn't immediate. Like he didn't like play one session and be like, oh, this isn't bad. He played probably half a dozen sessions, you know, but he played. He showed up at every session that he could make, and I think was all of them. And he's like, and eventually he was like, oh yeah, I really like this. Like it's not what I thought it was. That guy has no idea if he knows what it is or not because he didn't give it a fair chance.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
my
Yeah.
opinion,
Definitely.
but that aggravates me.
Yeah.
And it's fine if he and if he did give it a chance, like Roger was saying, and then was like, I don't really like this. That's fine. My buddy is the same way. Like I would have been like, well, unfortunately, like if everybody else is enjoying it,
Yeah.
this probably isn't the game for you. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
and
right.
we can figure something else out to do on whatever. But like, I'm not.
Well, we got something
I don't
else.
know.
We got something else.
Freaking right.
There it is.
My Little Pony. And if you
Mike,
can
we're
match
in-
that up with
we're in, except
thirsty
for
sword
Jason.
lesbians,
Jason
we
doesn't
have
look
quite
like
the
he's in
combination.
on MLP.
And I
I'll
know
dye
that
my
you guys
hair.
are just messing around. I know it, but inside there's a part of me that's going,
No, no.
you know, what?
We'll introduce some house rules
well-
to make it OSR.
well,
with that.
Mike, I'm sure that Jason has an idea of some Star Wars game that doesn't use those rules.
And Mike is familiar with it. We've talked about D6. It is the
That
only
would
Star
work
Wars
out
game
great.
that you should play.
I agree.
And Mike, next Sunday, in place of my game, I'm running a one shot of Scum and Villainy. So that's going to be a one shot. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if that's really campaign material, but it's going to be great for a one shot. It'd be good for a handful of sessions anyway, I think. But yeah. Yep. Me too.
Everybody does.
Yeah, everybody does. My Little Pony is Renegade. It is indeed Renegade. I do know that.
I will
it's
play My
5e
Little
reverse
Pony
version.
if I got to be a hell stallion. Flaming hooves, snorting smoke. And I
Yes.
would stomp the shit out of everything in that world.
Yes. See?
My hooves would be coated in My Little Pony blood. Rainbow colors just flying
There you go.
everywhere. Yeah. That's my
Scu-
kind of My Little Pony game right
Scum
there.
and Villainy is Blades in the Dark in space. It's basically Star Wars, Firefly, that sort of thing. But it's Blades in the Dark if you're familiar with Blades in the Dark. Same system. Similar, very close.
It'll be interesting because I think this was brought up on our one shots cast that it was like specifically a hard game to do a one shot in.
It is. It's hard to run. It's hard to because everything's on the GM.
Joe's
My
comment
Little
there.
Rampage.
There you go, Joe. That's the one. That's the one we're playing.
All right, Mike. So, Mike, hear me out. My Little Pony, right? But it's My Little Rampage, and we're all Hellsteeds, right? From some like alt universe thing, right? Like some mirror world, right? So we're all like mean Hellsteeds, and we're like trying to invade the real world, right? Or our mirror universe, which is all the love and everything's fluffy and colorful and stuff, and we're going over to like kill them and take over. All right, we're in. You got 4 players. Do it. I don't see the problem here. Listen, we're getting more chatter on My Little Pony than we did anything else so far today. So you know what?
Trying
got our
pull a plug.
We got our niche.
All that means is it's time for us to end the show. It's been 4 hours.
Changing the channel to a My Little Pony.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Joe. We'll leave it on Joe's pun. All right. Oh my God, Matt, like Doom in reverse. Your Doom ponies ripping and tearing. All right. It's okay, Mike. I'll tell you, some of that stuff is going to make hell of some good shorts. So thanks for that, Mike.
Brony and
That's good.
oh, God.
Oh God, we gotta go, guys. Next week, Don Samora is gonna come on. We're gonna talk about conventions. We're gonna talk about publishing. We're gonna talk about printing stuff. You know, all that stuff. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have him on, and it'll be fantastic. If we hit 250 subs by next week, we'll do a live. Listen, if we hit 250 subs by next Tuesday, I will do a live play of My Little Pony. All right, I will do that if we hit 250 subs. We got to more than double the subs that we have right now. So yeah, absolutely. Paul, make it happen.
Making those.
We're on the road to 500. So yeah, so Don some more next week. Guys, please like, share, subscribe, especially if you want to hit the 250 sub mark. So we run that My Little Pony game. It'll be me. These guys won't show.
I'll log in
I'm in.
for 5 minutes
Ken
and
is
then
in.
leave.
Ken is in. Decado and Jason are calling in sick that day. No, guys, really like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. We'll see you guys next week right here. Like I said, Don Samora is going to be here. It's going to be great. Going to have a big discussion about the convention. We'll talk about CNY. We'll talk about WizardCon, small conventions, why they're awesome, and all that fun stuff. And it's going to be great. So we will see you guys next week. All right. Take care.
See y'all.